Hi everyone, thank you for joining me and welcome to the channel. Today we're going to take a look at some key astrology for October, and we're going to do an all sign for every single sign. This was supposed to be your Libra new moon reading, but it got much bigger as I started working on it. So what you're actually seeing is my hands from a few days ago and audio dub of that because the plans changed. You will notice that for every single sign today, I will be talking about the new moon. When I do the tarot, this is because I filmed that part first before doing the astrology. But once I got into the astrology, I saw it as no point to split it up. And so we're going to talk about all of these wonderful transits that are around this new moon affecting us and how they affect your sign. So first we're going to do a collective overview, and then we are going to do a sign by sign reading. It's likely that the astrology for every sign is going to be a bit longer today, so I hope you enjoy that part. And something important for you to keep in mind, when you watch my videos, they're meant to be confirmation for your own intuition, which means that they are data points that are confirming what you already are noticing in the world around you. So if something doesn't match, it's probably not for you. It's probably for someone else's message, or maybe it's coming through in a way that doesn't resonate right now. So don't worry about it. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this video. I've had a lot of fun making it, and I will be back with more videos soon. Okay, so stay tuned for the collective message first. Thanks. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to your astrology section. So here is our beautiful new moon in Libra on October 21st this morning at the time of filming. And I want to tell you about all of the transits that are happening around the new moon. First of all, this is a micro moon because it's so close to Lilith, so it's the furthest position from the Earth. This suggests that there are hidden emotions and intentions, especially in Libra, to do with social situations. But don't worry, today's message is actually not too negative at all, and especially for your zodiac signs, it's very uplifting. What we had happen right around this new moon is that there's an increase of energy in water and in air. This is really exciting because water and air energies have to do with the mind and the emotions. This is really good for relationships because our minds are in alignment with our emotions, and we can communicate well, improve in situations, all of those things. The new moon is also a semi-sextile to the eclipse that we had at the end of September 21st, 2025. This means it's about 30 degrees apart. So in some way, this new moon marks the finish of the eclipse core energy as we move on to different energies in Libra, where Mars was in September. So you're likely to experience a time of adjustment in October, integration of whatever lessons happened for you on September 21st, 2025, and kind of some distance from what happened, which allows for fine-tuning, personal progress, and letting go. A semi-sextile is essentially 30 degrees. Semi-sextiles allow for little doors to open that lead to progress. So even though this isn't an eclipse, in some way, this new moon activates some of that eclipse energy to close it, to finalize, to move past certain situations. So I thought it would be helpful to look over the rulers first of this new moon to see what they're doing and how they're affecting the new moon. So the ruler of the new moon is Venus, and she's really well positioned in Libra at 9 degrees. When Venus is in Libra alongside this new moon, the sun that's debilitated is actually receiving a positive support from the Venus energy. This happens often because Venus is usually traveling with the sun, so unless she's in Virgo or Scorpio, she's likely in Libra with the sun during these new moons. Venus energy improves relationships, softens tensions, creates attraction between people, and improves all manners of social interactions. You'll see this as a pattern as we continue. So let's take a look at Jupiter, which is at 24 degrees of Cancer during the new moon. Jupiter is the traditional ruler of the third decan of Libra. So this part, the third part of Libra, the 20 to 30 degrees. So Jupiter is in the square to the sun, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But Jupiter is in rulership as well, so we have a well-positioned Jupiter. Now, a square between Jupiter and the sun is not necessarily bad. We'll get to that in a minute, how that emerges. But let me show you a date a few years ago now that may resonate for you, because there's an activation of this new moon in 2005. So many of you guys are watching this on October 22nd. 20 years ago, Jupiter and the sun actually had their planetary cycle reset, their conjunction, at 29 degrees of Libra within 1 degree of this new moon. So this means the period from October 22nd, 2005 until sometime in the fall of 2006, there emerged a series of themes that were improving in your life in the Libra part of your chart. And when we do the all sign, maybe you can consider what house this was in and what part of your chart this affected the most. So look back to 2005 to 2006. It's a nice long stretch of time, so you may see a certain pattern, certain experiences emerging. And so those experiences may be actually complementary to this energy now. So let us know in the comments if you have stories to tell. The final planet that I want to kind of consider as the ruler of our new moon, and let's get back to 2025, is Mercury, right? And we'll talk about Mercury later as well, but Mercury is at 20 degrees of Scorpio. A lot's going on with Mercury in Scorpio right now, but Mercury in Scorpio is talking about secrets, and you'll definitely see secrets being a theme of this new moon. So because the new moon is in Libra and it's a super social energy, the Scorpio activation from Mars, Mercury, and Lilith allows for an air of secrecy, secrets emerging. That may be a theme for you guys as well. So before we get too much into this, I want to introduce a few themes for this new moon, just top level things you're likely going to hear again and again and again. And again, we're reading this after the new moon, but this activation is still resonant. You'll see it'll stretch right into 2026. So this new moon is kind of a breaking point, a little door opening after that eclipse in Virgo a month ago. So there's subtle new beginnings happening here. It's highly social. There's an air of secrecy from the Scorpio aspects, but still very favorable because of the Jupiter and Venus positions. Still, there's going to be a little bit of mystery, a little bit of hidden currents going on. And because of the mix of the heavy water and air energy, we have that strong balance of mind and emotions as well. And as you shall soon see, this is going to be a transit that will carry over right into 2026. This is the most exciting part of this new moon. So this is a new moon for social improvement. It enhances your elegance, which means that you'll speak in a way that you're happy with, that you'll be content with. It will soften your tensions, and it'll give you opportunities for the rest of the year and into 2026, actually for the next year, to make significant improvements in your life. So what's special about the eclipse in Virgo that happened last month that we haven't mentioned yet is that it happened in the last degree, and it began a sequence of new moons, the new moon eclipse in Virgo on September 21st, 2025 or 23rd. There is going to be a sequence of new moons at 20 degrees Virgo right until April 2026. I'm not sure if I said that clearly. So from Virgo until April, this is April 17th, you want to remember that date specifically, there will be a series of new moons that happen. All the new moons until April are happening at the end of a sign. So we have over 6 months or 6 months of new moons in the last degrees. This creates a trajectory of the new moons that have to do with the more senior or aged part of each respective sign. And so all of the things that are happening starting in September, starting with that beautiful 29-degree new moon eclipse in Virgo last month, is going to carry us forward for April. The last degrees of a sign symbolize full maturation of lessons, which means that we're dealing with things that have grown into full maturity. So themes that are coming up, you've seen before. You're in the final stages of situations, even though new moons bring in new things. In terms of themes in your life, these are the final stages of situations. It's also signifying that in this part, the sun-moon planetary cycle is mature. So all of these new moons have sister moons in the opposite sign or the opposite season, and that relationship between the sun and moon is mature as well. So from now until April, we're dealing with things that we are pros at, that we've seen many times in our lives. And it's a culmination of prior energies. Maybe the situations in themselves are new, but the themes and the patterns you'll know very well. And so with each new moon, we are sort of transmuting in these semi-sextiles the previous new moon's energy. We're not leaving it behind because it continues, but we get to start a new layer of it at the end of each sign. And in February, we are going to experience the next new moon eclipse in Aquarius. And so that's going to be of the same energy. We'll look forward to that. One thing that's a general observation in parallel to this is that many planets are hovering in the last degrees of a sign. So Uranus is about to re-enter Taurus. Saturn is already in Taurus, and Neptune is about to enter Pisces as well. Saturn is already in Pisces, sorry. So we are still hovering, and a lot's going on in the last degrees of each energy. We'll talk about one more sign that's experiencing a lot of hovering in the last degrees a little bit later. So I know how much you guys like dates, so let me show you another date that might be of interest. This one is not 20 years ago, so it'll seem more relevant to you now. So on October 22nd, 2022, look at this little conjunction. We had our superior conjunction with Venus and the Sun. This just means that Venus was moving direct in Libra. So this is one of the nodes of the Venus-Sun intersection. And if you've been watching my recent videos in 2022, look, there is Chiron very near the 14th degree. I'll link that video in the description. If you watch that video, you'll know that Chiron Venus and Chiron Jupiter, both of these rulers of this new moon, have a lot going on in terms of planetary cycles between 2022. This is the chart for 2022 and 2026, early next year. Another interesting synchronicity. So the Sun-Venus planetary cycle is about 10 months long. So from October to August 2023, you may experience some kind of parallel to this new moon's energy. So some of these transits, I'm going to do a quick and dirty because I think I will still do some kind of a deeper dive. I was going to do more in this part about them, but the individual sign messages have a lot more intricacy to them because you seem to like that. And so I'm trying to get through the collective message as soon as possible, show you the important things, and get onto the all sign. And so here we are back at October 21st, 2025. And now we're going to talk about the square to Jupiter. And I mentioned this in my prior videos, the opposition between the Sun and Chiron in the last few days before the new moon, and the T-square to Jupiter. Now that square is now waning as the new moon happens right now, and when the Sun enters Scorpio, it will be diminished even more. However, the important transit is not the square between the Sun and Jupiter, but it's the square between Chiron and Jupiter. This is going to be holding for a really long time. Several of these transits will hold a very long time. This one in particular holds until January 29th, 2026. So this is January 25th, 2026. I wanted to show you that they're still locked in with each other because of their retrograde cycles. But what's happening in 2025, again, this new moon, is that this T-square, which we talked about in a previous video, and let me know if you want to know more about it, is actually foreshadowing a major transit next year in September. On September 29th, 2026, we are about to experience a grand cross between Pluto in Aquarius, Chiron in Aries, Mars in Leo in opposition to Pluto. We just had that square between Mars and Pluto a few weeks ago, alongside that new moon eclipse in Virgo, remember? And here is Mercury. So this grand cross will be a very important energy on the cusp between cardinal energy, which Chiron is in and Mercury is in, and fixed energy, the energy that we're shifting into now with the opposition of Pluto and Mars. So what you may see is this October energy. Let me show you again. This energy. Let me see if I can just show you the transits in question so it's very clear. Hold on. So this is a little bit of a clarifier so that you can see this grand cross forming. Now it's still a big orb between the opposition of Jupiter and Pluto, but I think that is important, and the energy now in October is foreshadowing that big opposition between Pluto and Mars in 2026, but also Chiron dipping back into Aries for the final time for 50 years, and Mercury finishing its transit of Libra. So in other words, the energy alongside this new moon, the super social, kind of secretive energy on the heels of the closing square between Mars and Pluto a month ago, is foreshadowing a big event in 2026 when Mars opposes Pluto and forms a similar alignment with Chiron and Mercury this time. What I could suggest how to work with this energy is that you find the spaces that fit the real you. If there's a misalignment with who you are right now, and this has come up alongside this new moon, or even in the last month, really seek autonomy with a sense of urgency. You really need to find better alignment for like-minded people and like-minded situations. If you are experiencing any kind of diminished self-concept, self-confidence, the idea of the self, because of social situations under this new moon, I think that's something that you really want to address, especially if the social situations are making you feel bad about yourself. This is I'm a Virgo, I'm going to tell you to get ready. Get ready now for next year by improving the circumstances in which you're experiencing different degrees of confidence. Under this transit, again, find the spaces that fit the real you. Don't be fooled by circumstances that say that there's something wrong with you or that it's off. People will deliver those kinds of messages of misalignment in many different ways. And just recognize that you need better places to fit into. These are messages of Chiron. Remember, Chiron is in this position in 2026, actually even more so. I would be wary of shiny but misaligned offers. This is funny little note that I made for myself, which means people trying to convince you to go along with something that ultimately isn't the best for you. And another message from that square with Mars a month ago: assert yourself without domination. Work on that, which means don't be overbearing and don't harm others in order to assert yourself. I made a note here saying cruelty backfires, and I truly believe that. So let's go back to our regular chart. Another important feature of this new moon is that the nodes are in 15 degrees of Virgo and Pisces. This is important because during the Pisces eclipse in September, the sun was in this position, 15 degrees of Virgo, and the moon was 15 degrees of Pisces. If you watch that video, we talked about how that connects to the Star of Bethlehem in 7 BCE, because there was a planetary conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in this position at that time. Beyond this, Mercury was at 15 degrees of Virgo on September 10th, 2025. This is Mercury's exalted degree. And I noticed some people had a question about that because of the difference in the counting system. Some people suggest that maybe the degree 14 to 15 degrees should be the exalted degree, but this is a later development in the Middle Ages. Sometimes when people use terms like ancient or traditional, that sort of covers a very long stretch of time, and it confuses different concepts. Because originally, when exaltations were observed in Mesopotamia, it wasn't counted in that way, 14 to 15 degrees. Furthermore, it's not that big of an argument because the way that exaltation points were originally conceptualized was the energy peaks at this time and then goes down. So essentially from 14 to 16 degree, Mercury is climbing to the top and then sort of going down again in terms of energetic frequency. So hopefully that answers anybody's question. But originally, exaltation points were counted from the 15th degree to the 16th degree. So 15 to 16, that whole degree would be the exalted degree. But like I said, that little detail doesn't actually matter in relation to how exaltations work. And everything from 14 to 16 degree is very prominent in terms of how Mercury expresses itself. Now, if you practice a specific type of astrology, maybe from the Middle Ages, then maybe for you this counting observation applies a little bit more. But that's a later development from the syncretism of different types of math from different regions. Another interesting observation here at 15 degrees is that the position at which the nodes are at mirrors a contra antitia. So this is not a contra antitia. The nodes are not contra antitia to each other because that would mean that they would have to be across the same equinox. However, they have the same property in the sense that 15 degrees of Pisces and 15 degrees of Virgo have the same light, the same amount of light. However, the light increase is going in the opposite direction. So for Pisces, the light is increasing, the daylight in the northern hemisphere, and for Virgo at 15 degrees, the light is decreasing. And this is the opposition, but in terms of the logic of contra antitia and antitia, I think it's a neat observation and a good example of that. Similar logic to those systems. Although I believe that in ancient astrology, there wasn't a term for this. It was just an opposition. So here's the eclipse for Pisces, the one we just talked about. And I just want to bring it back to Mercury, the third of our rulers for this new moon. Mercury was the ruler of the eclipse, not so eclipse in August, the one on August 23rd, 2025. It also was deeply connected to the September 7th Pisces eclipse, and again, the September 21st, 2025 eclipse in Virgo, the new moon eclipse that we just had. That is that semi-sextile from this new moon. Mercury was a huge influence over those eclipses. So Mercury in Scorpio right now, although there isn't a direct aspect, is deeply connected to the synastry or the synergy of energies happening alongside this new moon. So we're going to give a nod to another transit that was happening in the last few days before this new moon. Here we have a grand air trine between Uranus, there's Sedna with Uranus right there, the sun and moon, the moon ingressed into Libra on October 19th. And Pluto in Aquarius. So this was a powerful grand air trine that had a lot to do with technology being implemented, meaning the technology that's changing around us probably gave you a lot of insight on how to beautify your life, make your life more beautiful in relation to these outside changes that are created by Pluto and Uranus entering into Gemini. Your relationships are changing, and this grand trine, this point right here, was a harmonizing point where people figured out how to relate to one another in these changing dynamics. This is also a very powerful point to understand how the outer planets shifting into Aquarius, Aries, and Gemini are functioning. So it's us seeing the bigger systems changing clearly. And also the harmony of the grand Air Trine creates an opportunity for us to find balance within this system. Beyond this, we have the Kite, which has been activated since August of this year, but we've been following it since 2022 in Virgo. But this year, the Kite finally emerged in Libra. We've been waiting for this for a couple years. And so with Venus passing through these degrees on October 17th and the moon on October 19th, this was the last activation of the Kite this year, with the exception of the moon that will activate it every single month. And next year we are going to see the Kite again. Just for people who are new, the Kite is formed from Pluto, Neptune, and Saturn, and Uranus. They're in something called a minor grand trine. I call it a sextile because some people call it a grand trine sextile. Some people call it a minor grand trine. So these are the harmonious connections between the outer planets, and the focal point in Libra showing up every single year until 2032. Again, these points of alignment will be moments when we understand how the world is changing, but how our lived experience is adjusting to that. So how technology is helping us, maybe how we can progress, how we can improve our social world. We're talking about Libra energy now. These technologies, although many of them have been criticized, maybe justifiably so, are actually improving our ability to connect with each other. And so these points of activation in Libra are going to help us understand how we can connect. And on a personal note, this is the moment in which you will have the ability to turn inspiration into action, and you'll feel a massive synchronization between yourself and other people in the world. In other words, you are going to really feel aligned to how many different people are feeling and what they're talking about in relation to the larger global changes whenever the Kite is activated here. We will talk about the Kite for every single sign in just a minute. But there's a second grand trine that we've been under as well. And this is, I would say, probably more significant or more intense this time around. This is a grand water trine between Saturn, Jupiter, and Lilith first, but then Mercury and Mars will activate this grand trine. This is the water grand trine. This grand trine is one of the most important transits of the fall. This is because it will be present and active from now until mid-December. So right now we're seeing Lilith here, but just in a few days, this is October 23rd, a very important day, the beginning of Scorpio season, Neptune entering Pisces. The moon will activate the Kite, Mercury, and a few days later, the Mars. So we're seeing a massive sequence that's interacting with Saturn, later Neptune, and Jupiter of these planets in late degrees of Scorpio. Another interesting observation is that as these planets pass this grand water trine, they're still in that energy. They will begin to form an aspect to Pluto in Aquarius. So again, the same sequence happens. Moon, Mercury, Mars, Sun, Venus, Lilith, and Mercury will all form an antisha to Pluto in Aquarius. This is on the heels of this grand water trine, and this energy is interrelated. An antisha means that there's an alignment of light. The same amount of light that Pluto is experiencing at 1 degree of Aquarius when the sun is there will be the same amount of light that the sun will experience in all these transits when the sun passes these degrees in Scorpio. These positions are equidistant from the solstice. And so there's this mirroring effect, a likeness. And because this grand water trine really started with Lilith right there, so Lilith has been really holding this grand water trine with Saturn and Jupiter for a while now. And in fact, if you go back, this is a little bit of a tangent, this grand water trine has been really holding since mid-October already. These activations here in Scorpio what's actually happening here is that there's some very deep issues that are being resolved in balance with Jupiter and Saturn. Lilith is the position at which the moon is furthest away from the earth. So when the moon passes in Scorpio here, it's at its furthest position. The moon represents emotions, the mind, and so there's a secretiveness here in Scorpio that is being activated alongside this groundwater trine. But this secretiveness is actually in some way healing, because with Lilith, because it's so far away, these most obscure things may be addressed in some way. And as the other planets move forward, Mercury, Sun, Venus, and Mars, those hidden things that are so hard to get at in Scorpio, Scorpio is known for its secrets, will in some way have their way of either being resolved or improved upon. So with this groundwater trine, there's a real chance of revelations of truth, positive outcomes in some dark situations, both for you personally and in mundane astrology, expansion from things that have been denied, gate kept out. You may see a lot of occult stuff rise through this transit as well. So this position is very healing. And even though we're past October 19th, this is helpful to kind of consider these two trines, grand trines, the water trine and the air trine, are forming a loose Star of David. It's a wonky one, but it's there. So this is the alignment of the heart and the mind, where your emotions speak clearly and you're thinking with your heart. In other words, helping or thinking with compassionately. This will help with balanced negotiation, improved communication, improvement in relationships, all of those things that favor the new moon in Libra. So do you remember at the beginning of the video, I told you to pay attention to the date April 17th, 2026, sorry. This was the final new moon in these light degree sequence that began alongside the eclipse in Virgo in September. Well, I'm going to tell you why there's a real cool synchronicity here with something that's unrelated. So on October 20th, 2025, Mercury and Pluto joined together in Scorpio at 19 degrees. So remember, Mercury is the modern ruler of the third decan of Libra. What's special about Mercury and Mars is that in periods of every couple years, they form this sequence of conjunctions. They're not full planetary cycles, but they just keep on connecting with one another over a period of several months. And so we're just beginning this with the conjunction here in Scorpio, which means that between now and April 20th, Mercury and Mars will join together in various different signs because of Mercury's retrograde cycle. The last time Mercury and Mars joined together was January 2024, so it's been a while. This allowed Mars to orbit around the zodiac and catch up to Mercury, or Mercury catch up to Mars, their dance. But if you remember April 17th, here's April 20th, 2026, just 3 days apart from this final new moon in the last degrees of Aries. We are going to get our final conjunction in this sequence between Mercury and Mars. And so we're bringing the energy over from Scorpio into Aries. Both signs are ruled by Mars. And this is going to mark a period of heightened communication and things actually beginning to happen as a product of people communicating and relating to each other. And again, we are going to focus this in our all sign as well. So I hope I went through this succinctly enough for you. There's a lot going on here. As you can see, it's much more than just the new moon. And the new moon is in context of some pretty cool astrology. And so I hope you enjoy this, and make sure to like and comment. Comments help a lot. And I hope that you enjoy your sign-by-sign reading as well. Thank you for watching. Hi Aries, let's take a look at this new moon and what it means for you. So rather than looking at the moon directly, we're going to talk about all the transits that are happening around this time that are interrelated with the new moon. But first, let's talk about the rulers of the new moon. So Venus is the ruler of the new moon. She's in your 7th house. So for you, this new moon has a lot to do with partnerships, relationships, bringing fairness and justice to social situations. Jupiter, that is in Cancer, is in your 4th house, and that is the traditional decan ruler for the 3rd decan of Libra. And Jupiter is in your 4th house. So we're talking about issues to do with home expansion, family growth, sometimes to do with the ending of certain situations, particularly in social or family situations. But I wouldn't take that as the first message here. This has a lot to do with family and family interconnections. And then Mercury, and in the astrology, I didn't explain this well. Mercury is actually the modern ruler of the 3rd decan. So Jupiter's the traditional one and Mercury's the modern. And we have Mercury, in the 8th house. And this is what's going to give you all the secrets and issues over shared finances in your case and deep talks. Mercury forms a conjunction with Mars and then is creating this grand water trine, heavily under aspect. If you want to learn more about how Mercury is influencing this new moon, I think I explained it well in the astrology, so watch that part of the video. So I'm going to tell you about the Grand Cross, and this is going to be something that we are preparing for now as Jupiter approaches the last degrees of Cancer. But this is a foreshadow to this Grand Cross on September 29th, 2026. So next year. And so for you, what this has to do with is friendship transformation. Maybe I should tell you which positions or which houses are activated. So we have Chiron in the last degrees of Aries, Mars on the cusp of Leo and into Leo. And then we have Mercury and to some degree Venus right before on the cusp of Scorpio at the end of Libra. So we're talking about the cardinal / fixed sign cusp right in between the mid-season points. Not the mid-season points, sorry, it's late. And Pluto in Aquarius. So there's this square that's forming in this way, not all the same. I forgot what year we were in for a minute. Not the exact same planets, but the general architecture of what's going on is very similar. So like I said, friendship transformation, we have personal healing and confidence boost. This is Chiron at the end of the sign. You'll reach a really long learning curve with regard to self-confidence and all those issues. It's going to be a very social square for you. It affects your 11th house and to some degree your 7th house and 5th house. So expect maybe some degree of chemistry. Squares are very good for chemistry. And for some of you, this will have to do with partnership negotiations, both entering partnerships, but also figuring out partnerships that are maybe on the rocks or having a hard time. So for our kite, we had the activation on the 19th of October. This is the chart for 19th of October. And for you, this activates your 7th house. So again, themes of relationships and the moon here as well, specifically on the 19th only. This could be beyond relationships, such as pleasant cooperation and increase harmony in team projects, allies emerging for you in both your personal and business life, and career contacts that you had made at some point evolve into meaningful connections in your career and personal life. I read the 7th house a little bit different. For me, the 7th house has a lot to do with friends as well. So if you have a bestie, this is the house that you share with them as well. In my mind anyway, the most closest people to you. And then we have the beautiful Star of David. That's the interconnection of the Grand Air Trine that I'm showing you now and the Grand Water Trine with Jupiter, Saturn, and this string of intense placements. That's Lilith, Mars, and Mercury. This is a great time for you to meet friends with whom you have a similar soul alignment or similar soul purpose. It's a good time to do some kind of educational course that may change your worldview or perspective. And again, that theme of bonding with your coworkers and people with whom you share in your work life, this is very harmonious as well. Looking back to this last eclipse, sorry, I didn't have a good chart, but here is September 21st, 2025, which is that Virgo eclipse right at the end of Virgo. So just to remind you, I'm referring to the astrology in the collective section if you're curious what I'm talking about. But we have this kind of lattice or some kind of pattern of new moons right at the end of all of these zodiac signs into April. And so this began alongside this new moon. And with this new moon, the energy builds past it. So what are we releasing here? If in the last new moon, September 21st, 2025, you experienced a work shakeup, some kind of health issue or health change, or maybe high demands for skills that you don't have, and you felt some kind of pressure alongside this eclipse, that energy is now waning. Now, this energy will be with us for a year. We still get a full moon in Virgo and all of these other things. But right now we're shifted into that more relationship energy. And so some of that tension that may have come up with that new moon is being left behind. That doesn't mean you should let those lessons go. You should address them, but don't, in some way, they're less impactful or less stressful for you now. And the last transit that I want to look at with you today is this series of conjunctions of Mars and Mercury that begin in Scorpio on October 19th, 20th. So they'll make a series of conjunctions, Mercury and Mars, in several different positions until April next year. And this is a pattern. And here's that final conjunction on this is April 20th, but the last one will be on April 17th, 2025. And remember, this harmonizes with this last new moon in Aries on April 17th. So I made a little mistake. The last conjunction in the series of Mercury and Mars will be on April 20th, 2026, whereas that last new moon in the series of new moons in the last degrees of a sign will be on April 17th, 2026, just a couple days apart. So they kind of start together, they finish together, covering this side of the zodiac for your chart. So certain endings that you may feel that you're experiencing will actually transform into new levels of self-love by April. Any challenges or barriers, gatekeeping that you're experiencing now will lift, and you'll see yourself assert yourself alongside this final conjunction of Mercury and Mars and the new moon. Also, if at this time in 2025, you're beginning, here's the chart from October 19th, 2025. If you are in some way beginning important contracts or negotiations, this is a sign that by 2026, it's going to yield for you some kind of amazing outcome. Okay, so that's the astrology. I hope you enjoyed it. And I'm going to stitch to this the tarot reading that I did a few days ago. Now, in that video, I already know this astrology, but I was going to organize it slightly a different way. So I hope the astrological message is helpful and insightful, and I'll catch you next time. Thank you for watching. Take care. Hi, Aries. So let's take a look at your tarot cards. Since this new moon is in your 7th house and Venus is co-present, I'm not surprised that we have the Lover's card for you. It feels like you're making a personal decision alongside this new moon, and you're weighing out options of some kind of proposal, offer. Someone has a vision for you and them. Possibly it's romantic because we have the Lovers here. They may have a vision for where your relationship can go, or a common ground that you can find together, find a common understanding. I see you reaching inward with the 7 of Wands and the Page of Pentacles. I think you have something on the horizon or something that you wish to find for yourself independently. Some of you might actually be choosing to go at it alone. We have the Queen of Swords here. To me, this symbolizes a desire to go in a different direction than possibly what's offered. This doesn't mean that it's the end of a relationship, but I do feel as though possibly something bigger and brighter is calling your name, or something involving money, such as your own project, your own financial commitment, a new beginning that you see for yourself independently. There's a real energy here of soul searching, which is represented by the Seven of Wands. It's that independence that's drawing people towards you at this time, particularly the King of Swords. This King of Swords may be a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. May be a man or a woman. It's interchangeable with a card. But it's someone who sees in you that independence and is drawn to you. They see you as confident, self-assured. And if somebody is directing their attention towards you like this, and they are from a gender that you date, there could be some aspirations that they have in their vision for love. So there may be some kind of pretext to them speaking with you, maybe asking questions or talking to you about some platonic thing, but there may be a vision that they have in their mind for their connection with you. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. I see you as very much turned inward towards your hopes and dreams. So if love is something that you want, maybe this is suggesting that you pay attention to your surroundings at this time, because someone may be approaching you in a casual way, not talking about relationships, but they may be hoping for something with you. Okay, well, I hope this was helpful, and I'll be back with more soon. Thank you for watching. See you soon. Bye. Hey, Taurus. So I'm trying to do something quite ambitious here. So we'll just simply go through these different positions. I'm not going to explain the astrology because it's in the beginning section. So watch that section if this is too fast for you. First of all, we're going to take a look at this new moon through its rulership, because I think that it points to the interconnection of all of these transits and how they relate to each other. So we have Venus in Libra, that's in your 6th house, which is very good for work alliances, improvement in career dynamics with other people, conflict resolution, improving the beauty of your environment, improving the beauty of yourself through health. Overall, I feel like this is a very nice new moon. A 6th house new moon like this is alleviating a lot of tension that you may be carrying around with its ruler in the same house. Then the Decan ruler, the traditional Decan ruler, is Jupiter. It's exalted in Cancer at 24 degrees, and it's in your 3rd house. This is a great time to start studies, especially if you've already been a student. Important time for teaching and writing opportunities for community expansion and growth. And so this adds a layer of networking to your 6th house new moon. Then we have Mercury, and I didn't explain this well in the general astrology, but that is the modern ruler of the 3rd decan of Libra. This is going to yield very intense relationship talks that can actually heal a lot of difficult situations in relationships. So at work, if there's conflict, this is a moment in which you really get at the heart of an issue with people. Or in a personal relationship like romance, that's causing you stress and maybe impacting your daily life, deep conversations may resolve these issues. Whatever it is, Mercury here at 20 degrees of Scorpio is added a lot of depth in the layers of communication that you're experiencing with other people. So here is our chart for September 29th, 2026. So a year from now. This is the chart that parallels the almost grand cross that we have alongside this new moon with Jupiter and the new moon itself. In 2026, the grand cross becomes more exact with Mars at 0 degrees Leo and Mercury at the end of Libra, Pluto in Aquarius, and Chiron at 29 degrees of Aries. This is a very powerful transit for you, Chiron in the 12th house. I think I did a special for each sign when Chiron entered Aries, so you may want to look around and see if you can find that video for your sign. So essentially the transit that we're under now, which is this T-square but almost grand cross, is a foreshadow of the energy that you're going to experience next year with these more precise alignments, with many of the same planets that are involved in this year's transits. So some of the consequences of the Grand Cross on you may be moments of career transition. There's a lot of things showing up here from that is hidden. So you may be surprised by some of the things that are emerging in front of you. Something's coming up with your family that may need some action by the end of September next year, or to do with your home. There could be a tense energy between your time in your home and your time in your public life, so be aware of this. And if I could give you some advice for the next year to prepare yourself for this Grand Cross, make sure to prepare by taking care of your health. That's very important, both mental and physical clarity and health, and work towards maintaining healthy stress levels and all those kinds of things. I don't do medical astrology, so this is not some message about something bad happening to you. Just keep this in the back of your head that to ride out that Grand Cross at the end of September next year, you may want to start looking at these things now. I couldn't find this one, so here is our kite. We have the Grand Air Trine, Uranus, Moon, and Venus here. Pluto and the tail end or the front, depends on how you like to read it, with Neptune and Saturn, but Neptune here specifically. So this was activating your 5th house and now is activating your 6th house every single year for the next several years. This will lead to increased roles and responsibilities at work, more work, especially if you're doing a good job. I think there's something here about you learning technology faster than your peers, which gives you more workload. You may find yourself that you're placed as a peacekeeper. So these transits have been happening in Libra here. This kite has been activated since the summer. So this is the end of it. But you may have noticed that you were put in positions of peacekeeping in workplace situations, being the reason in a situation, resolving issues with coworkers. Again, this will increase your prestige and your notoriety among your employers or whoever you work with. Pay attention to the transits that happened alongside the kite here. These are going to continue over and over again for the next 6-7 years. And also on the 19th, even though these transits have passed, they're still relevant to understand the energies of October and beyond, is this beautiful Star of David. And I'm not going to explain it, but it's an grand air trine between Uranus, Moon, and Venus, and Pluto. I'm not going to explain it because I explained it in the intro, so please check it out there. And the grand water trine between all of these planets here in Scorpio in your 7th house, and the 11th house with Saturn and Jupiter at your IC. I can say that definitely there's an air of relief in personal relationships here. Again, notoriety is increasing for you, especially in career standing situations. The energy of Saturn in your 11th house that has squashed your personal relationships for the last several years is slowly leaving and will leave by February of next year. Now you have many more. The ratio of good friends is very high in relation to people who you shouldn't be around, so it's filtered through the good from the bad. And with all of these changes, I feel like maybe friendships that are around you can lead to significant opportunities that are aligned with a life purpose. This is activating Pluto at the top of your chart in a big way, which means that Pluto's long transit in your 10th house is being activated by this Star of David. And this is why I wanted to include it, because it's setting you off on a long journey in your career that could be quite successful. Now, I did want to take it back to September with every single sign and talk about the eclipse at the end of Virgo. This is the beginning of that series of eclipses that are happening at the end of each sign until April. That's pretty cool. These are normal patterns, by the way. They happen all the time. But you had some kind of an eclipse here in your 5th house, and you're now shaking off the energy as the new moon happens. So you may see these things sort of decrease that were the themes of this eclipse. However, the energy will be with you, until for a long time, for a whole year. So if something good happened for you, it's not fully gone away. But the pressure of the eclipse is waning here as the Libra new moon happens. So if a romance has heated up for you, it may be decentered at this time, but that's not a bad thing. Also, milestones for your children, they may have achieved a certain degree of success. That may be now less of the core topic of conversation. If there was transitions in terms of love, romance with the South Node, there could be some karmic things to do with past lives, past family histories, stuff like that. When we're dating, the fifth house is dating. That could have shown up in some way for you. So if there's pressure to do with your relationships, children, as a byproduct of that eclipse, it's most likely waning now. Now, it's important to point out, and people were talking about this, but I want to say it too. And I think I've said it somewhere else, that it's not that eclipse that was such a bonker time. It was the square between Pluto and Mars. And we've covered that in previous videos if you're curious. Now, the story arc, and here is my nerdy brain gets excited when I see this. So let's go back to that. So, like I said, there's a pattern, and I explained this in the collective video. There's a pattern between the conjunctions of Mercury and Mars between now and April, a sequence of conjunctions between Scorpio and Aries, which is your upper part of your chart, and these late degree new moons that started happening, again, between Libra and Aries. So Mars and Mercury together are going to activate a very active and proactive time in your life. Because this is happening entirely in the upper part of your chart, this has to do with the external world. In some way, this is the most powerful position to have this pattern show up. Again, totally normal pattern, happens all the time. The last one ended in January 2024, and now we begin the new series. It's just a nice sequence, and it coinciding with these late degree new moons is quite pretty and aesthetic. So intense communications, I see it as really buddying up with someone, really forming a strong connection with another person, be it through work, partnership, or friendship. And that energy taking you forward, that intensity showing up for you right through to the 12th house. So by April of next year, whatever closeness you're experiencing here, whatever productivity, closeness, this is going to yield for you some kind of a breakthrough, although it may be hidden because it's in the 12th house. When I say that it's hidden, I'm suggesting that there may be something very fortunate for you that comes out of this that may not be public, that may take you by surprise. It might be better than you expect. And because Chiron is finishing this transit in Aries as well, we have some kind of points of liberation in the 12th house for you, which is kind of like those invisible shackles that are holding you back are going to be removed. Everybody has different shackles, whatever they are. But closeness in relationships is going to lead to some kind of freedom. 12th house is a hard house to define. I know there's like institutional claims, things like that, but I think it's more nuanced than that. And so be excited, as I'm telling you. The intensity of your connection with specific people at this time is going to yield for you great abundance by the spring. Okay, well, I hope that you enjoyed this. I had fun filming it for you, and make sure to check out the tarot next. It was filmed before I had this monster of a video together, so I'm just talking about the new moon, but that new moon energy plays into all of this as well. Okay? Thank you for watching. See you soon. Bye. So Taurus, I see you as enjoying your independence. We first get the Sun card and the Nine of Pentacles. Venus is now in Libra, but she was in Virgo not long ago. Then we have the Strength card and the Page of Cups. I see you as walking away from some kind of offer that has some kind of emotional resonance. Eight of Cups is ruled by Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn is in Pisces right now for the last time for 30 years. I feel as though you're wiping the slate clean in a situation. This is the Tower. There's a situation that wants to engulf you emotionally or pull you into some kind of anxious feeling or thinking. And under this new moon in Libra in your 6th house, I think that you experience some kind of strength to pull away from any energies that are trying to draw you away from freedom, draw you away from attachments that are positive and healthy. In fact, a relationship may be your inspiration or a connection with someone. The Page of Cups can be a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, but they could be any sign, any gender, depending on who's your complement. The offer that's coming your way isn't a huge offer. It's somewhat casual, romantic, fun, possibly. It may be connected to a past love affair or someone from the past that's shown up and given you inspiration. It may be some kind of invitation in a new direction. In fact, the conjunction of Mercury and Mars in your 7th house is really resonant with this card combination, the Page of Cups and the 8 of Cups. This is a very powerful point on the planetary cycle. I explain this in the astrology portion of the video, but for you, this means that there's some kind of emotional attunement, just like a bird calling another bird, and that call resonating and telling that second bird where to go. I think it's time for you to walk away from a situation that has been limiting you, that has been making you feel anxious or worried for a long time. It feels like there's something on your back that's leaving you with a lot of worry, a lot of anxiety, and this breaking away from this Tower situation in some way empowers you to stand up for yourself, which is the Strength card, the Leo card. In fact, underneath this new moon, you have gained considerable amount of material prosperity, and this gives you leverage from the position of stability, security, happiness, joy. Maybe this is what's causing you the ability to look towards something that's a higher value, higher order type of experience. So rather than seeking something that is of survival, you're now drawn towards higher aspirations, something that has higher emotional resonance. Here is your message for this new moon, and I hope you enjoyed it. I will catch you next time. Take care, Taurus. Hey, Gemini, welcome to your reading for October. I guess it's the new moon, but it's other things as well. To contextualize the new moon, I'm going straight into its rulers. Rather than talking about the new moon itself, it's shared the energy with Venus. Venus is in Libra, and she is in the strong position influencing the new moon well. This is going to affect your romance, creative collaborations, enjoyment, joy, children, artistic inspiration, all the beauty in life. Very, very nice position for you. The traditional ruler of the 3rd decan is Jupiter. By the way, if you're just jumping in to watch this, I explain everything in detail, all the astrology, in the collective portion of the video, so watch that if this is too fast for you. But in the 2nd house, we have a income boost, a time in which you're making valuable investments, things that are going to yield for you good outcomes, moments of self-worth, growth, financial support and increase, and an increased confidence in your talents. Now, even though this is a square, I think that this is a productive energy for you at this time. Now, Mercury is our 3rd ruler, and it's in Scorpio. We'll talk about Mercury a lot today. And even though there's not a direct aspect, it's the modern ruler of the 3rd decan of Libra. And we'll see some connections between these two positions a little later. But this kind of situates this new moon in the workplace with the emergence of certain truths to do with your day-to-day work experiences. You may uncover things that are not getting done, and in certain workplace, you may experience health investigations. I'm thinking of like restaurants, things like that. This is going to be a big moment of tension, but positive tension that hopefully will get resolved with your coworkers. Heated words, possibly confrontations, but I'm hopeful that this pattern is going to yield for you growth in your relationships with your coworkers that may actually end up having something to do with friendship or emerging friendships as well. Okay, so for the Grand Cross, again, look for the Grand Cross section in the astrology portion. We're looking at a Grand Cross between the cardinal signs and the fixed signs. So Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, and Aquarius, Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio. There's transits on either side of these cusps. And so this Grand Cross emerges alongside the new moon in 2025, or some version of it, but we get the real deal on September 29th, 2026. This is what this chart is about. In 2025, you may be getting insight that a change is near, or you need to make a change in some way. Some of you may be dealing with secret haters that situation or those circumstances will emerge, possibly to do over fracture over money. So money will show you what people are about, how they feel about you. And ultimately by next year, you may be seeing a switch in friendships or alliances, which is important because in 2025, you may be already seeing where that's coming from, and you could save yourself a lot of headache by sort of jumping the gun and maybe distancing yourself or looking for new friendships and new alliances. So next I want to talk about the kite. We've talked about the kite a lot. Check the kite section in the collective message if you don't know what I'm talking about. But the kite in your chart is from your first house where Uranus is, Pluto in the 9th, Venus moon in this case. In the 5th, we've had a whole series of transits activating this position, and opposite Neptune in Aries. I read, especially in this case, this part as the base, the minor Grand Trine sextile between Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus as the base, the outside changes and circumstances around us, producing a specific outcome in Libra. But you can read it the other way as well, and it's really interconnected. In reality, it can go one way or both ways. But at this time, I think that you may be experiencing connection with someone from abroad, someone from far away, and this could be a romantic connection. Also, friends from far away may be integral to your connections with other people. They may set you up for friends or for romance or for something more serious. Also, I think that inspiration from friends may really trigger this transit for you. So you really admire something about a friend and you kind of do your hair like they do or find some kind of positive inspiration, affirmation, inspiration. So there's a real good connection between yourself and someone far away or several people far away that's manifesting as inspiration, growth, and love with this kite. And you may have been experiencing this since the summertime. At the same time, on October 19th, 2025, we had the Grand Water Trine, which will be with us until mid-December, and the Grand Air Trine as a part of that kite. This creates another alignment called the Star of David. For you, this has a lot to do, again, with romance, reaching abroad, success in your career, financial success, problems being resolved. I love this position here. Maybe leading up till this point, there was tension with Lilith here. That could have in some way created for you tension, uncomfortable situations you didn't want to be a part of. But as Mars, Mercury, and the other transits start moving past this position, there may be great improvement in difficult situations at work for you. With Jupiter here, there may be the desire to buy something new, like a new car. If there's a reasonable gain that you're going to get from that, then please consider this option. And especially like if you're going to get some kind of benefit from having the car for your work or for whatever, then this is a really good moment where you might be able to get something at a reasonable price or get something of high value, whatever you're looking for. Now, in this economy, I do not want to give financial advice, so make your decisions on your own, please, but I wish you the best. I did want to take it back to last month. I could find the chart, so here it is, which was the eclipse in your 4th house in Virgo. So this energy is now waning. This was the first late degree new moon in the series of new moons that we're having in these late degrees. And as this new moon happened in Libra just a day ago, this energy from the eclipse sort of shifted focus or intensity. So if there's been a lot of sudden home changes, chaotic family members, difficult family issues coming up with this eclipse in Virgo, the intensity of that is going to change. So any destabilizing energy from the eclipse is actually going to become a lot more calm, a lot more easy to deal with. So let's talk about this big story arc of the conjunctions of Mercury and Mars from Scorpio to Aries next year. You want to read or watch the planetary cycle part of Mercury and Mars from Scorpio to Aries. I explain that in detail. But just for your information, these late degree new moons that are happening until April coincide within days to the pattern of Mercury-Mars conjunctions between Scorpio and Aries until April next year. So here it is. That's that final new moon in the late degrees for this set. And here is the conjunction between Mercury and Mars. It's going to happen about 3 days later after the new moon. So the energy is activated from your Scorpio house to your Aries house. And so the hard work that you begin, the things that you face, let me show you, the things that you face in your work now, this is 2025, that's going to yield for you a lot of growth in your social networking abilities or contacts and the things that you need to connect with, the people you need to connect with. So if whatever issue at work has been stressing you out, this is a great time to address it, work through it, hopefully resolve it. But if you put the effort into this, Mars and Mercury is communication and action together, very powerful set of activations. It's not a full planetary cycle. They have a unique planetary cycle that sort of goes through these periods because of retrogrades. Then by next year, you have these beautiful activations in April 2026 with this new moon and their last conjunction in Aries. Okay? So I hope you enjoyed this, Gemini. I'm going to post with this your tarot card reading. That tarot card reading I filmed before all of these notes, but I did want to make sure that you had it all together. And the energy from the new moon is connected to all of this. So I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hi, Gemini. Let's take a look at your reading for the new moon in your 5th house in Libra. So first of all, we do have the 10 of Swords, which is a very common card that we get for Gemini because the 10 of Swords is ruled by the sun in Gemini. So this is a natural position for you. This changes the meaning of the card, specifically referring to you specifically. Now, right away, the first thing that I'm drawn to is this King of Swords and Knight of Wands. To me, this is symbolic of a relationship in which one person is more carefree, more easygoing, maybe less committed to the relationship than someone else is. From this King of Swords, which I think represents you, regardless if you're a man or a woman, you've been waiting for a long time for someone to get their act together or to figure things out. And I think that you've secretly been waiting to add more into the situation, which is the Ace of Pentacles, but you never felt it was the appropriate time and place to make the situation more serious. Although I don't see your patience as completely spent yet, I do feel like you notice this disparity here, that somebody is very careless, carefree, rambunctious, unsettled, maybe immature, and you're ready for something else. We have the Knight of Cups here, and so with the Knight of Cups, this comes in the form of an offer. It may represent a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. but not necessarily. The Knight of Cups is always someone bringing you an emotional offer. In light of this reading, this may mean that something more serious is coming up for you. The 5th house is the house of romance, and Venus is co-present with the new moon. So maybe it's time that something else comes into the mix, so you're not waiting on this person. Now we have the moon here, which is interesting. For the Knight of Wands and the moon, it does represent that there's some kind of undercurrent in this situation. By undercurrent, I mean is there's a reason for this lack of seriousness in this other person. But here with the Knight of Cups, the moon to me symbolizes something different. The moon with the Knight of Cups symbolizes for the King of Swords, maybe a secret admirer, someone who's been around in the situation for a while, admiring you, possibly waiting for their opportunity to talk with you, possibly watching this situation unfold, not getting involved, waiting for the right time. Maybe they feel this is the right time to move forward. I love this 10 of Swords. Many 10s of Swords are so dark and worrisome, but this is the hope, looking to the hope of the horizon. And I think that's really beautiful. In the classic Rider-Waite deck, it is somebody looking to the sunrise as they have all those swords in their back. But here there's less of that negative connotation. It has just looking forward to the future. And maybe the thing you've been waiting to give someone who isn't ready yet is something that you can prepare to start to think about giving to someone else. There's new hope on the horizon in your romance, in your romantic situations. We're about halfway through the North Node in Pisces. This is in your 10th house. The North Node through the 10th house always symbolizes a very important moment in time, in my perspective. This means we have about half the time of this transit, just over a year, for you to finish these 10th house amplification events, which means that if you're thinking about doing something, if you're thinking about taking the next step in some public area of your life, it doesn't have to be career. Maybe this is the time to take that step. So I'm not telling you what to do, but if there is opportunity for you on the horizon, maybe this is symbolizing that this is the right time for you to consider going in a different direction. Okay, Gemini, I hope this was helpful, and I hope you enjoyed this reading. Let me know how you liked it in the comments, and I'll catch you next time. Take care. Bye. Hey, Cancer. Thank you for joining me, and welcome to your message. So today we're going to go over the new moon and all of the transits around it and how that affects your sign. For the new moon, I'm focusing more on the rulers this time as opposed to the moon itself. It's essentially the same message because Venus is the ruler of the new moon and she's in Libra. This is going to put an emphasis on your home and family life, home bonds, home beautification projects, improvement in your housing space, creating nice ambiance. Sometimes it creates some kind of closure with regard to end of life arrangements, but overall this is a moment of supportive gathering of family and household. Jupiter is in your first house. It is the third decan ruler, the traditional ruler. So this is a surge in personal confidence. I hope you've had a year of that. You get to continue until July of next year. Because of this positive light in your first house, Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising, you may be gaining benefits as a result of that, and also the transformation that Saturn has imposed in your 9th house. The consequences of hard work will yield positive results, and any issues that you've been persistently facing with regard to romance, that is dissipating. We'll talk about that in a minute. Mercury is the modern ruler of the third decan of Libra, and in the 5th house, it's really helping to address Lilith. Now, I need to give you a bit of a warning here. I guess we'll get to that when we talk about Mars and Mercury, but in the 5th house, this can get very passionate and heated in unhealthy or unstable romance dynamics. So the first chart we're going to be looking at is a Grand Cross next year. This is going to be between Mercury, Pluto, Chiron, and Mars. If you want to know more about that, go to the astrology section, look for the Grand Cross, and I'll explain how that connects to this energy. Essentially, the transits now are approaching a very similar configuration with slightly different transits, but close enough that this September 29th, 2026 eclipse that we see the chart for here is going to be the build up to that situation. The energy now builds up to September 2026. For some of you, this is a call to action to end a venture because of misaligned values, especially if money is involved. It's time to get out of bad situations. Any lessons that you have learned in your career now, apply those. So if you know you need to leave your job, this is the time to do it. Again, not financial advice. We're in a weird time economically. Do what you feel is best, but should be a confirmation if you're feeling those kinds of thoughts, if you're having those kinds of thoughts. And I would also be paying attention to your friends. Some of them may not be genuine friends, especially at work. So if something's not clear about where you stand with others, are on the side of caution. By next year, you will be happy that you had. So here's a chart for October 19th, 2025. This was the last activation this year of the kite. Again, look back to the astrology section for clarification on what that is. But essentially, it's a grand trine between Uranus in your 12th house, Sun and Moon in your 4th house, Pluto in your 8th house, and Neptune up in your 10th house. It's called an aspect pattern. And so it's been activated in your 3rd house for the last several years, but moving forward, it's going to be activated in your 4th house. So the energy is shifting. Under this kite, and it still applies to now, this is a great time to invest in property, buy property, not financial advice because of the economy, but astrologically speaking, this is a great time to put money into your home. For some of you, this might be a sign that you're moving, possibly for work, career changes, but something close to your current home. So this is like within the same city or maybe the same state. Also, there could be unexpected ways through which events bring families back together. And especially if this distance was the reason why families were separate. Alongside this kite, we also had something called the Star of David. This was the interconnection of a water grand trine between Saturn, Jupiter, and Lilith, Mars, Mercury. Lots of planets in Scorpio are activating this. This grand water trine will be with us until December. And the grand air trine between Uranus, Pluto, and this position here with Venus and the moon. Again, this is a transit from the 19th of October, but still relevant now. This could be a sign that somebody is coming or leaving your life quietly without you even knowing. This is a beautiful transit that marks the expansion of freedom in your life. You may be experiencing massive spiritual insights, but you have to have your mind really open for these deep epiphanies. So I'm looking back to the last eclipse in Virgo at 28 degrees in September that just happened. This was in your 3rd house. This energy is now waning because we have a stack of new moons that are going to happen in sequence at the end of each of these zodiac signs leading up to Aries. Again, I explained that in the astrology section, but I wanted to focus on this eclipse in Virgo on September 23rd or 21st, 2025. This energy that came up is now declining. Now, this energy will be with us for the whole year, but for now, this energy is in some way becoming less core because the new moon energy for Libra has shown up. So if you're experiencing some kinds of irregular communication with other people, if there's something to do with driving in irregular ways, like an uncomfortable trips that you have to take because of some reason, if these things came up alongside this eclipse, with this new moon, it's likely that they're going to become de-emphasized for you. I would say that if any kind of things that put you, how do I say this? If it made your neighborhood or local commute uncomfortable, and if that came up alongside this eclipse, whatever those barriers are, those are being removed. Now, these late degree new moons that we want to talk about are happening in conjunction with the conjunction of Mars and Pluto, not Mars and Pluto, excuse me, Mars and Mercury. Mars and Mercury will make a set of planetary cycle conjunctions in a series of consecutive signs. So they're not going to make a full planetary cycle. It's just an iterative pattern. And this will continue until Aries of next year. While these new moons in the late degrees are also happening until Aries, so April next year will be important. There's the chart for that now. That's that last new moon in the last degrees. So for you, we're looking at this area of the chart being activated. The Mercury-Mars conjunctions have a lot to do with communication and action being activated. So we're all going through a time in which we're more productive and talking about things and getting things done. And for you, this is really exciting because it starts in Scorpio in the things you enjoy to do, especially if there's barriers here with Lilith. And then by April of next year, your 10th house is lit up. So you have a very nice transformative arc here. And especially for those of you who are creatives and have been experiencing blocks with your creativity, with that Lilith aspect, your work is being brought into the open. You're getting notoriety. There's a lot of growth there. Okay, Cancer, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you liked the astrology for this new moon October session. I'm going to do a tarot next. That tarot was filmed several days ago. So I'm talking about the new moon. I'm putting more emphasis on the new moon, but we're really talking about a series of transits here. But I hope this was helpful, and I hope that you're looking forward to 2026. Please let me know in the comments if you have any questions. Take care. Bye. Hi, Cancer. Thank you for joining me. Here is your tarot. So far, you have the best reading, which isn't much because you're only the fourth one that I'm reading for. We have the Six of Swords, the Ace of Pentacles. This is coming up for everybody. The Six of Pentacles, the Knight of Wands. This is coming up for several people. The Seven of Pentacles and the World makes this a beautiful reading. It feels like there's a transference of energy. Somebody is moving on, leaving, or sending you on a safe passage. There's a little bit of melancholy in this person's energy, but it's not bad. They're just moving into a new direction and they're giving you something. That's the important part. They're giving you something that is going to open doors for you. It's almost like a key of some kind. This key is opening up new doors, new possibilities, and new directions. And you have the Six of Pentacles. So whatever they are giving over to you, even if it's energetically, it is going to be very meaningful for you. And I think most likely in the material sense. Now, this new moon is in the fourth house. So we are talking about home, family, things like this. But I do sense that the energy that's shifting around you is making your circumstances stable. It's empowering you in a positive direction. Something good materially is coming from all this. And we have the Knight of Wands, Sagittarius, Leo, or Aries. But this is someone who's carefree, maybe not too settled down in any one direction. This could be the person that's moving on or transitioning in energy, meaning they will not be in this situation in the same way as they were before, such as a boss who's getting a promotion or maybe leaving the company and they're making sure that you're okay, something like that. So they may be leaving, not necessarily because of something bad or a bad reason. It likely has nothing to do with you. And with that, that brings a large degree of stability. You're getting some kind of a gift, and this person is very favorable towards you. There's a parting gift, or the energy is shifting towards you in a positive way. I really love the flow of this energy. So we have the Seven of Pentacles. It's saying whatever you get, you're meant to save, invest, or use well. So this is a gift, a powerful gift. Now, Now, I have something to say about this. So we have Pluto, look, in your 8th house. This is the type of energy of Pluto in your 8th house. Unexpected gifts from other people, monumental changes, something coming to you from the left field unexpectedly. So many of you are experiencing some kind of infusion of material energy, the 8th house, shared resources. And so we get the World card. Whatever's coming to you, it's very, very clear, this reading, and it's very cut and dry. It's not very dramatic at all. It's save it, and it's going to open up the world for you. It has the potential for long-term abundance, which is the World card. Long-term abundance or trajectory. There's something very meaningful coming your way, Cancer, towards long-term growth, long-term success, long-term prosperity, all of those things. And this behavior, it's something that is connected to this person leaving, okay? And it's not someone who was, I think, very rooted in your life anyway. They could be a significant coworker or someone who you have affinity with, but it's not someone who you're fully integrated with as a person. But this person is going in a different direction, very clear, and that's leaving you with significant financial abundance, significant prosperity, and that's opening up major doors for you. Okay? Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know how you like this message or how it resonates in the comments. I'll catch you next time. Thanks. Hey, Leo, let's take a look at your astrology for October. And for the new moon, we're going to take a look at the rulers because those rulers are active in a lot of the different transits that we're going to talk about today. So Venus is the ruler of the new moon. This is really nice for your neighborhood, your community. If you're doing any kind of personal writing, this is going to be a wonderful time of self-expression. The new moon here is wonderful for just a general energy of friendliness, happiness, good connections locally. You may want to take a small trip somewhere in town or maybe to the next town over. And under this new moon, you're going to experience an improvement with relationships with your siblings and cousins, people that you actually grew up with. The second ruler of the decans are the 3 separations of a sign. The third decan is ruled by Jupiter in traditional astrology. Now, Jupiter is in your 12th house, which is a very nice placement for Jupiter. This symbolizes a period of massive spiritual growth and intuitive expansion. Under this transit, you may see that hidden opportunities are shaping your path, and there may be influences on you in your community that are hidden, but of a positive nature. This means that someone has a good opinion of you and they're influencing your reputation locally. Maybe you're in a good alignment with a person, a religious leader who has a good opinion of you, and that's improving their perception of you, stuff like that. Jupiter in the 12th house represents deep emotional and spiritual healing underneath the surface of things. This is going to improve your current circumstances in your community. Because it's a square, the things that are improving for you may be of a higher order than the day-to-day activities that you encounter in your community. And when Jupiter's in the 12th house, it represents the end of a 12-year cycle. And so any residual things in the community, such as interactions that people in the community have had over the last 12 years, may be coming to the surface again. So take a look at your life in the last 12 years. What kind of interactions you've had with others in your community? And is anything left over? Things like unaddressed business or outstanding situations. Those kinds of situations may be coming up right now for you to have to address. Okay, so the next ruler that we want to take a look at is the modern ruler of the 3rd decan, which is Mercury. And Mercury is very important right now, even though there's no direct aspect to that new moon. Mercury is in Scorpio at 20 degrees on the 21st of October. For you, this is very important for family issues, including intense family discussions about issues. With Lilith here, probably something to do with issues that other family members don't want to talk about. So these are awkward conversations at times. A lot of these conversations could be very emotionally intense as you talk about the past with siblings and other family members. And with Mercury here, we are uncovering truths. So if you have family secrets that have been outstanding, Mercury here may illuminate those, or there may be a exposure of deep family secrets that have been resilient to being told. So this may actually kick up some drama, but for the purpose of healing. Think of situations in which information is withheld, and that withholding is actually holding back people from making progress in situations. So in this case, whatever secrets could be coming out could be very instrumental to moving on from situations and removing blockages to that growth. Next, we're going to look to 2026 next year in September to see the effect of one of these aspects that's forming over us and what it's going to form into. So in 2025, we have the T-square aspect with the opposition of Chiron, the sun, squaring Jupiter. Well, this T-square is actually a grand cross if you consider Pluto with a very wide orb. And in 2026, you're going to see a much clearer representation of this between Chiron, Mars, Mercury, and Pluto. So here's a simplified chart so you can see that more clearly. So this is 2026, September 29th. This just means that at this time, it's wise to get prepared for this square that's coming up. Preparation means paying attention to some of the things that are coming up and how they may be relevant for you next September. So some of those things may be information that is being kept from you may emerge in September 2026. When that information emerges, your circumstances may improve drastically. Some of you are in the beginning stages of major power battles between partners, co-workers, and a boss. So this is 2025 again with a simplified chart. And Jupiter in this position can actually mean hidden secrets that you're not exposed to, that you don't yet know about. But I want you to pay attention to Chiron at the top of your chart in Aries. This is the transit that's going to really root this energy in your career or work. So pay attention first and foremost to your career and work for this transit. I would advise that you pay attention to the advice of your siblings and cousins. Now, we're a couple days past the new moon now, so look back over the last couple days and did your cousins or siblings say anything that was insightful? Make sure to write that down. That information will help you into this transit next year. So this is September 29th, 2026 again. If you are hesitant about taking a course right now, this is Chiron again, and you're worried that you will not do well, I think you should try it because it has the potential to greatly help you next year. Next year, Chiron moves into Taurus in your 10th house, and any kind of self-doubt that you confront this year, Leo, is going to massively help you when Chiron enters Taurus. So lots of self-care, lots of self-confidence. The next transit that we want to talk about is the Kite. So the Kite consists of Uranus, the Moon and Venus, Pluto, Neptune and Saturn. This is a chart for October 19th, so you want to look back to that date for amplification of this energy. Some of you may be experiencing a turning back to your roots, such as coming back to your hometown because of the pressures of the outside world. Some of you are experiencing pressures in your marriage, and the interaction of the pressures within your marriage may be also pushing you towards home. Interaction of your marriage and the outside circumstances. With the Kite, you may want to actually move around. That doesn't mean like physically move, but just go on day trips and spend a lot of time in your community in different places. This will help you find and identify things that are going to be beneficial to you over the next several years. The Kite's been happening in your 3rd house, and this year is the first year that we're fully in Libra, and this Kite will happen annually for the next 7 years. During this transit, you want to really speak with other people about the things that you're experiencing. When you do, you may find out information, find allies and figure things out together. It's likely that some of you are putting an end to a friendship from far away. You may be realizing that the separation is too great and that it's not providing for you the kind of things that you need it to anymore. There's just a separation. And then on the 19th of October, we also had the Star of David, which is the interaction of two grand trines, in this case, an air grand trine and a water grand trine. Under this Star of David, there's a shift or a pivot away from family towards maybe non-traditional family sources and connections, which means you become closer with your friends and maybe more distant or gain some distance from unhealthy family relationships. Some of you might be experiencing a massive windfall, especially an unexpected one. So lots of money coming in, particularly through shared money that you have together. Again, family secrets may be freeing you up from waiting or things that have been holding you back for a long time. And in certain cases, an abusive person in your family may have passed away, and that's actually freeing everybody up, and there's a lot of healing. So there's a pivot away from family to more independence and a deeper connection with non-traditional sources of closeness, which by that I mean friends or other connections. So I did want to look back to that last eclipse that we had in September. This is because of the stacked pattern of the new moons in these late degrees that began in Virgo. If you're wondering about what I'm talking about in these sections of the video, I explained everything in detail in the collective message section, so I encourage you to look up the parts that are interesting to you or that you're interested in. But essentially there is a series of new moons happening in late degrees from now until April, where Chiron is. And so the last new moon was the first new moon. It happened to be an eclipse in this pattern. And so some of the energies of that eclipse are now going to become less intense. So if you had something come up that was stressful or hard to deal with the Libra new moon, that energy is going to become more subtle, less intense. And for you, this happened in the second house. So if something scary happened financially, or if there was some instability with regard to money or resources, it's likely that that energy is going to become less intense. You're still going to have to deal with whatever's come up in the next year. This is a transit. This new moon is a transit that stays with us for a long time. But in terms of the core of the stressful aspect of whatever financial issues that have come up, it's likely that you're moving past it now with this Libra energy. So the last part that I want to share with you guys is the conjunction of Mars and Mercury. And what's really cool about this is that Mars and Mercury will form a series of conjunctions from now until April. So they're going to join together in Scorpio and Capricorn, several of the signs, until finally in April they will meet for the final time. And then they'll finally separate. So they're traveling together all this time until April. This coincides with our new moon observation of the late degree new moons until April as well. So here is that final conjunction of Mars and Mercury on April 20th, 2026. And here is the final new moon at 27 degrees of Aries on April 17th, 2026. So the conjunction is a part of Mercury and Mars's planetary pattern. They perform this relationship every couple years. The last one ended in January 2024. And now they've caught up to one another and will be traveling together again. So we're interested in the arc that the moon and Mars and Mercury are forming, which will begin in Scorpio or even Virgo and then finish up in Aries. It's already started. So this entire side of your chart is being influenced by a series of new moons, one after the other, all in the last degrees of the sign, and then the conjunction of Mercury and Mars. Now, the conjunction of Mercury and Mars is really powerful. It evokes communication and it evokes action, movement in social situations, things getting done. This one in particular is powerful because it's right next to Lilith. The moon will transit this position on October 23rd. So this is going to be a very intense moment. Lilith is the most important transit for the moon, or rather, I should say, Lilith is the most relevant transit for the moon because that's the position at which the moon is furthest away from the earth. So we have this conjunction beginning in this pattern beginning on October 20th. And for you, this is going to be something to do with that family secret, something that's been resistant in your family, any family members that have been holding everyone up, holding everyone back. Those kinds of things are going to reach possibly a boiling point, but definitely some kind of a progress finally. So if you've been stagnant in a family situation where there is some kind of resistance, this is a time in which it really starts to improve. But essentially what's happening here is that we're being led straight into Aries for Aries season, and that's the 9th house. So this is going to really free you up, free your siblings up, anybody else who's involved in this and being held back. I wrote down if anybody has Airbnb, this may be a sign that this is projected a lot of success and growth in your Airbnb. I'm not making financial advice, but just an observation. This might be the situation that involves something to do with your inheritance as well, something that enables possibilities, and definitely movement in long-standing domestic issues that have been held up, where people have been resistant to communicate and change. Sorry, this video is being filmed really early in the morning, and I have a bit of a cold. So if you heard me cough or sniffle or something like that, that's what happened. But next, I'm going to do your tarot. I filmed this several days ago for the new moon. So that's why I'm talking about the new moon in it, but it affects all of these energies as well. Okay, Leo, thanks for watching. Meow, meow. I hope you guys have a wonderful time, and I'll catch you soon. Take care. Bye. Meow, meow, Leo. Okay, let's get into the tarot. A few of you left comments meow, meowing at me, so thank you for that. Always love to. I don't have a cat call for any other sign but Leo, but meow, meow, Leo. Some of these cards are repeating for other signs as well, so that means that it probably has to do with a larger energy, a larger vibe that's around us. So we have the Tower. The Tower is often associated with Mars, and Mars is joining with Mercury at this time. So there are going to be powerful disclosures of secrets and other information. We have the Eight of Cups, which is Saturn in Pisces. And so Saturn has just ingressed recently into Pisces as well. So that's pretty normal. And King of Swords, which has shown up in a few readings. This could be to do with the new moon in Libra. By the way, it's in your 3rd house. You already know this. This could be a representation of you or someone else. Even though these cards are a little dark, we have the 5 of Cups, the Devil, the 4 of Swords. I actually think this is a reading about turning your back on depression or sadness in some way. So I think that you've come into a space in which feelings of sadness, worry about sadness is reoccurring, and you feel it dragging you back into a negative headspace that you've been in before. And you feel that temptation if you go with the devil, if you go with the depression. And by the way, this is not medical tarot. I'm not a doctor, not a psychologist. This is depression as in, rainy day blues or whatever you want to call it. This is not a medical claim. So there is some kind of sadness that you have proximity to, and you feel it coming up again. And there's some degree of anxiety or worry that that's what is coming again up for you, that you'll once again get stuck in a rut or whatever situation. So first off, 4 of Swords to me always is symbolic of rest. So a good night's rest can really reset the brain. So if you see that oncoming energy or maybe a little seasonal affective disorder, a little bit of sad for the Northern Hemisphere with less light in October, November, December, a little bit of rest, a little hibernation will really help you along. But what I see in this reading is you walking away from that worry or that fear or temptation. I think you're going to transmute this energy. And I think this is likely you coming to realization about something or some things to do with your early childhood. This new moon is happening at the IC. Let me show you in the chart. So at your IC, right at the bottom of your chart, this is your root, your early childhood, and patterns of sadness, depression, whatever you want to call it, sometimes are learned in early childhood. Those are the ones that are harder to break. And this is where maybe some of this fear may be coming up. But I think you're depersonalizing it, which is Saturn and Pisces. By the way, Saturn is in your 8th house right now, which has to do with change. So there's things here that you're ready to let go of. Saturn is at the exact position it was in this spring when it passed the North Node. That's very important. So there's life lessons that you are coming into at this time that help you realize that those moments of sadness that dominated your mind in the past no longer have such a stronghold on you. And you have the ability to break free of temptation or energy that's trying to hold you down. There's also a certain degree of exhaustion. So sometimes when we work really hard or when we're just not getting enough rest, Capricorn is the devil, and this is in your 6th house. And 6th house has to do with work. So you may feel very torn between work. And this is actually Mars, the tower. And Mars is conjunct Mercury in the 4th house right now. So you might be torn between home and work, just busyness, not giving you enough of that rest that you need and making everything harder. So you are going to catch your footing with this one. You're going to figure out something about your early childhood that has been influencing you, influencing your thoughts, and maybe making you feel more negative towards situations or more negative in your reflections in the day-to-day world. But I do think you're going to spend some time resting, some sleep. I know it's a fun reading, just a simple reading, but that will allow you to walk away from some of this stress. And I think you're going to achieve some kind of clarity. This can also mean a conversation with someone who has like a very clear mind. They may be a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, but it's someone you turn to and have this sobering discussion. You know, when you talk with a friend and they provide you guidance or insight, or they have some very helpful information for you, just like a guide for your clear mind. I hope this was helpful, and thank you for watching, and I'll catch you next time. Take care, Leo. Hey, Virgo, let's talk about your transits in October around this new moon. We're going to talk about the ruling planets of the new moon because they're connected with a lot of the other transits. So for Venus is the ruler of Libra and therefore rules this new moon. This brings this new moon in the sphere of monetary gain for you, considerable monetary gain happening around this new moon for you. It's time to buy something important that is going to get you to wherever you need to go, technology, car, whatever you need for as an investment for your future progress. This is also a time when you may experience considerable gifts from people around you and people who love you. It's a very nice new moon for financial improvement. Jupiter is the ruler, the traditional ruler of the second decan, or third decan, which is where the new moon is or was. Jupiter is in your 11th house, which makes the influence one of increased social networks, deeper connections with friends, improved social relationships. With this influence, you may be able to achieve long-term dreams, thanks to collaboration with others. We'll talk about that in a moment. This is a time where you may want to consider taking a leadership role in a community project that will make you many, many friends. So there's this real opportunity to expand your network. And then we have Mercury, which is the modern ruler of the third decan. Now, there's no direct aspect between the new moon and Mercury, but Mercury is super activated through the other transits that are happening parallel to the new moon. So this is things like neighbors telling you very helpful information in Scorpio in the 3rd house. You may take a short trip to a neighboring town and you will be financially successful if you do so, such as shopping in the town over or going to the city to buy something. This is a really good arrangement for things like that. Under the conjunction of Pluto, Mercury, and Lilith here in your third house, if you communicate something to someone, it's likely going to have a very big impact. And I'll talk to you guys about that in just a moment. Next, I want to talk about the Grand Cross. So under the new moon, or right before, the Sun and Chiron created this opposition. By the way, I'm skipping through or jumping through these transits very quickly without explaining them. But if you want to check out the collective astrology message, then I do go through that in greater detail. But essentially, the Sun and Chiron formed an opposition, and that created a T-square onto Jupiter. We talked about this in recent videos as well. I'll link those in the description. But this T-square was actually almost a grand cross when you consider Pluto. And next year, we are going to see the manifestation of this with slightly different arrangement, but a very similar one. So this is Chiron returning back into Aries from Taurus, from its brief entry into Taurus. This will be the final ingress of Chiron into Aries. We have Mars in Leo. We have Mercury in Libra and Venus over the last few days before that. And then Pluto at 3 degrees of Aquarius. This is a chart for September 29th, 2026. What this means is that the energy right now at the end of October is a precursor to the energy at the end of September of next year. This big cross that is forming with the opposition to Chiron and the Sun will show up in a very similar way next year, in a more specific way, a tighter orb with more direct oppositions. So this year in 2025, you may hear some warning from a friend about potential danger. Take that warning seriously. So if a friend tells you something, you better not buy this, or you better be careful about that. Pay attention to their advice. They're seeing something you're not. And if you take that advice to heart, and if you follow it through, then likely the danger of next year becoming more of a problem for you will decrease. Under this transit, it's likely that you have to cut something out of your life completely in order to avoid danger next year. So be aware of the fact that your attention is being brought to a problem. Under this transit, the Sun opposite Chiron, T-square Jupiter opposite to Pluto. Now, Jupiter's going to turn retrograde now, so it's not going to form that opposition quite yet, but it's starting to form this energy in October. So cut something out. So if you don't want problems next year, you need to figure out what it is. Probably the thing that's coming to your mind is what it is, so just cut it out. Financial success is yours. This new moon is beautiful for financial success, but you have to work hard, remove outside influences, distractions. Look at this Chiron in the 8th house. Jupiter can be very distracting in the 11th house. Lots of opportunities for hanging out with friends and social connections rather than work, people meddling in your business. Look at all this stuff with Lilith here in Scorpio. Now, Lilith won't be in Scorpio next year. We're off the hook for 10 years. I think Lilith in Scorpio is one of the darkest positions for Lilith that a person can have. So, or a transit. So we're happy to see her go into Sagittarius. And I need to tell you something. If you're planning a big trip next year, like a big one, not something next town over, expect that trip to be disrupted in some fundamental way. Okay? So plan for disruptions with regard to a trip, or maybe work around, look out for trouble, that kind of thing. Now, the next transit that I want to talk about is the Kite. This formed on the 19th of October. It still affects us now. It's a beautiful transit we've been experiencing in Virgo for the last few years, but for the next 7 years, it's going to be showing up in Libra now exclusively. And this is the last iteration of the Kite this year. Next year, we're going to have another series show up. So the last iteration was the Moon and Venus. Now the Moon will be in this position every month. So we do get like little kites throughout this whole energy. But for now, we're off the hook with the kite, even though the kite's a good energy. Essentially, this is an adjustment to the outside world. So the Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn, and Pluto minor grand trine is that worldly change around in your life. And this is how it shows up in your life, how you experience it, which is in the second house for you, Virgo. It has to do with money. So technology is in your favor. Look for technologies that will help you to make money and grow your business. You should expect major financial win and progress over the long term. Use technology and everything that's happening in the world right now in order to make new contacts and broaden your reach. And with everything that's changing, you will have major new career opportunities that are possible. So those things may be showing up as Venus passed this position. So look back to October 19th for more on that. So also on the 19th, we had the intersection of two massive grand trines. So this is the air grand trine formed off of Venus and the Moon and the outer planets Uranus and Pluto. And then there's the water grand trine with Saturn, Jupiter, and this beautiful little stellium. It's not really a stellium, but this connection of Mercury, Pluto, and Lilith in Scorpio. Now, this is very, very important. It's called the Star of David. It's a little bit misaligned, but it's almost there. For you, Virgo, this is a major career activation. This is a moment when your relationships will greatly align. If there are people near you who have had a negative impact on you, I'm looking at Saturn, or even here with Lilith, physically near you. If there are people who are physically near you who have gotten in the way, their influence is waning. And we'll talk about this more when we talk about Mercury and Mars in a little bit. But tables are turning for a lot of circumstances that have been holding you back. I do think that if somebody has been putting effort into holding you back, their efforts are going to be exposed. And under this beautiful Star of David, which helps everyone equally, your reach grows. We have Uranus in the 10th house. I love this transit for Uranus. I've been ranting and raving about Uranus in the upper parts of your chart since Uranus entered Taurus, and I think that this energy is really beautiful. I do want to bring your attention to this last eclipse we had at 28 degrees of Virgo. What's important about this eclipse is that it was the first new moon in a series of new moons that are going to happen in the last degrees of a sign. So we're going to have new moons in the last degrees of the sign right until April. Let me see if I can find the chart for you. So here's that last new moon in April, on April 17th, 2026. And so this eclipse, this new moon, started this pattern of new moons that will last until April. But for now, each new moon sort of layers on top of the previous one. So if under the eclipse you experience some kind of destabilizing moment, which is really common with eclipses, that is going to become less intense right now. So if somebody's demanding that you change or do some self-work or something like that, that pressure might be coming to an end. And if people have been demanding for you to show up at work, wherever, if that pressure has been on you to come out of yourself too much and making you tired, that pressure is going to decrease. So if everybody wants your attention, that's going to decrease. And now we're focusing more on money for the next while. You may have the sense that you really want to declutter your space. And so that's really true at this time. You almost feel like the things around you are from a different time. This is like pre-eclipse, post-eclipse. Expect that pattern to continue right into April, where you feel like you're moving on from a situation. Something just feels old and finished. Now, this story arc with the new moons at the end of degrees is actually happening at the same time as another set of transits that are not related. So on October 19th, but here is a chart for the 21st, Mercury and Mars formed their conjunction in Scorpio. And Mercury and Mars will form a series of conjunctions in several signs until April as well. So there's an overlap in the energy of the new moons happening in the late degrees of signs, and Mercury and Mars also forming this pattern in several of the signs, a sequence of conjunctions right until April. So between now, here's a chart for April 20th, 2026, and this is the final conjunction of Mercury and Mars in April in Aries this time. This is really a normal sequence for Mercury and Mars. I explained that in the collective section. The last time this happened was in January 2024, and now we're in another sequence like that. For our purposes, this just means that the areas of your chart that have to do with Scorpio to Aries, so this whole section right here, will be affected by both the new moons and Mars and Mercury. So there are new beginnings happening for you in these areas of your chart, beginning in your community, your neighborhood, things that are close to you, and finishing up with something that considers sizable change, but also progress towards making plans with others towards financial benefit for everyone. So next year, it's likely that you're going to make a huge life-changing decision in April around this time, and it's already starting here in October here. So whatever you feel that may be, it may be emerging for you over the next 6 months. This may involve some kind of a relative who may offer you something that expands your options. A rich aunt in Denmark offers you a house, or a rich cousin in Singapore offers you a job, things like that. For our purposes here, we're looking for plans with siblings specifically. I would be looking to siblings and cousins for insight into what that may be. Whatever plans you are making here in third house in October likely will grow into something substantial next year. And specifically, let's focus on Lilith. The moon will be with Lilith on October 23rd, 2025. This is very important because this conjunction with Mars and Mercury is happening at the moon's apogee, the position at which the moon is furthest from the earth. So when the moon passes this position, expect revelation. When I say revelation, I mean exposure of some kind of secret. And here in Scorpio, it's buried very, very deep. Big secrets that are holding people back, big secrets that have escaped being exposed. And so it's likely with the conjunction of Mars and Mercury, we begin a series of transits that illuminate a truth, bring things that are very hidden to light, and allow us to carry on to make decisions in April. Very excited to see what that may be. Let me know in the comments if you have heard some good gossip and how that's impacting your life. Okay, so we're going to shift over to tarot. It's just a reading I did for the new moon, but it's still relevant under all of these transits. And I will catch you next time for more astrology and tarot. Thanks, Virgo. Take care. Bye-bye. Hi, Virgo. Welcome to your reading, your tarot card reading. Right away, I feel like there's some kind of offer that's coming to you, or you are deliberating regarding a material offer. This has a lot to do with money, investments, long-term planning, also potentially waiting for a business circumstance to play out in a way that you've been hoping for. This new moon is in your second house, which has to do with money. So let's start at the one card that's sort of not so positive, and that's the Five of Cups. This to me symbolizes that you've been waiting for something, waiting some kind of answer or opportunity to come up, but that's not coming up the way that you've wanted to. And this has a lot to do with waiting for the right answer and waiting for that right opportunity to come up. So even though right now is not the right answer that you're looking for, something will come up for you later. I do sense that there's some kind of frustration that you wish it was happening faster for you, but it's not the right time. You're the King of Pentacles, right? So you're coming into this situation from some kind of security. So you have already achieved some kind of stability, security, and maybe you're seeking more. and you're waiting for the right time, the right opportunity, the right path. But I do feel like you're looking to initiate something. We have the Magician and the World together, meaning you feel like it's the right time for you to go in a particular direction, but you already know that has to be the right time. There's someone coming into the picture. It's the King of Wands. They may be a Leo, Sag, or Aries. They may be coming through with some kind of an offer, some kind of a long-term adjustment, or something that will lead to you increasing your savings or bringing more stability into the situation. I think what this is saying, that the big picture that you are waiting for isn't playing out yet exactly how you want it to be, meaning your new beginning with regard to the financial growth, financial career, or some other financial opportunity isn't quite ready yet. You haven't found the right one, but there's something else emerging that has to do with a holding pattern, and the holding pattern means saving for later. So some stability is coming into the picture that will allow you for some long-term savings, waiting for the right time. Being forced to make a decision is really disadvantageous. So if you're looking to start a business in some direction or getting a job, it's typically disadvantageous when you have to do it. It's better to have the opportunity to pick and choose the perfect time so that you can find the right opportunity and the right situation. So you're just sitting and waiting for that right time when it makes sense to come along. And there's nothing in this reading to suggest that this is the wrong path or this is the wrong direction. The King of Pentacles, like, you have that stability, more stabilizing force is coming in, anchored on the King of Wands. And overall, you're ready to make some kind of move in the world, some kind of growth, expansion, building upon whatever you have already. But you just have to wait for everything sort of to come into focus, and that's okay. The great thing about this reading is that you're getting this level of security and stability that will allow you to hone whatever it is that you need to perfect so that you can get to where you need to go. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know how this resonates in the comments, and I will see you next time. Take care. Bye. Hey Libra, let's talk about your astrology. We're going to talk about the rulers of the new moon. These rulers are relevant for a lot of the other transits that are happening alongside the same time as the new moon. One thing I realized I should have began saying to all of the signs is that I'm going through these transits fairly quickly. This is because I'm assuming you watched the astrology portion, the collective message, so you should probably figure that out. I will label all of the astrology sections for the relevant transits. This means that you can just simply look it up if something's not clear. So with the new moon happening in your first house, this is a lucky new moon for you this year. You may be attracting a lot of people, and some of these people will be offering you opportunities. The fact that Venus is in your sign during the new moon is fairly common because she's always really close to the sun. So she's either in Virgo, Scorpio, but often in Libra. So this is a very normal new moon in that respect, but a nice one nonetheless. This is a time when you would likely experience some kind of public recognition, increased compliments, increased attention for your beauty because it's in the first house. Also, if you are on social media in like a professional sense, you may be experiencing a social media boost. Jupiter rules the third decan of Libra, and Jupiter is in your 10th house of career. So again, if you're online professionally, this is a very good transit, and you should be experiencing extra growth based on that. You may be receiving offers in your career. New relationships can lead to success. And I mean professional relationships, but they do have this personable tone to them. So a nice connection with someone else might actually lead to career advancement because they simply like you. This is also a moment in which you will get recognized for your skills and contribution by coworkers, supervisors, owners, and other staff. So whoever you work with, maybe even clients. Now, Mercury is the modern ruler of the third decan. There's not a strong relationship between this position here and the new moon. But as you'll see, Mercury is central to some of the key aspects we'll be talking about today. And Mercury is in your second house. This is a very powerful moment for you because something that's been blocking you financially is going to be removed. So if at work there is some barrier for you to grow or in your career, and especially if it's through the ill intent of other people, that is being removed. This is a time when you start talking about salary increases and inside information. The scoop will help you make wealth, build wealth. So keep your eyes open and ears open to hear about investment opportunities and growth opportunities at this time, and especially very obscure things, which can actually gain you the most amount of money, not financial advice. Now, the next transit I want to talk about is in 2026. This is a simplified chart for September 29th, 2026. And we're going to talk about the harshest energy that we're under right now, which is the Grand Cross. So under this new moon and right before, the sun formed an opposition to Chiron, which created a T-square to Jupiter. And that was in opposition to Pluto in a wide orb out of sign. This is a foreshadow. So this energy, this Grand Cross energy, which was a T-square, we talked about this in a previous video, is approaching a Grand Cross, which will actually perfect next year with very similar transits. So already you're getting the inside scoop as to what will be happening for you in September 2026 that you want to be aware of. So get ready now. Let me give you an idea of what that could be about. Personal relationships may be dragging down your career. So make sure that if you have issues with personal relationships, and I mean by that romance, that it's not overbearing in your career. You have some wonderful transits for career expansion and growth, and make sure that you're not giving that energy away to a bad partner or bad marriage, or even an envious friend. Overbearing people are extremely dangerous to your success right now, and by next year they will be deadly. So make sure that you are addressing anybody who's acting inappropriately, showing signs of hostility, showing signs of jealousy towards you. The way you show up with this energy, this opposition to Chiron, T-squared Jupiter, will directly impact your money next year, which means how you deal with all these situations right now will impact how this plays out. So it's only going to snowball from here. And I'm not predicting something bad, but just make sure that your relationships are aligned well and that you're not wasting your time by putting energy in the wrong places. The next aspect I want to talk about is from October 19th. It's still relevant now. This is the Kite, which is off of Uranus, Pluto, Venus and the Moon, and Neptune and Saturn here. So this transit that was happening in your 12th house in Virgo has now begun happening in your first house. This has started in August, I believe, and has continued until now, and will continue in this manner for the next 7 years. So everything that was happening behind the scenes is happening front and center for you now. And this is your relationship to the outside world as it's changing. So we have Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune representing how these outside changes are impacting you, these global changes that we're under. But how that manifests for you will be in your first house, in your personality, how you show up in the world. This is a very good placement for this. Really well in line. In fact, I've named you as one of the signs to be out on the lookout for the next 10 years. You have very good transit alongside this external change. So this is a wonderful time to launch a personal brand. And don't worry that the transit happened on the 19th. The energy has begun for you now. For inspiration as to what it is, you may look between August and October, but now you can use this energy to move forward. So launch a personal brand. This might be a time when you connect with very powerful people and you may join forces with a great grand a brand partner that will elevate you. For those of you who are in relationships, you may be experiencing considerable pressure from partners who see your potential and they put pressure on you to rise. The next transit I want to talk about is from October 19th as well. And this is the intersection of two grand trines. I explained that all in the astrology section. But for our purposes, this is the Star of David that's showing up in grand water trines, in the water signs, and in the air signs, the grand air trine, the blending of mind and emotions. For you, this impacts your money and your identity, money and power. So building up on everything else we've talked about, there's a new version of you that is emerging. There's new possibilities for you, new places for you to show up. And so your goal right now is to align with this new version of you. If that new version of you requires this or that, then step up to that challenge, meet it, and you will be rewarded. If there is something that you have that has a lot of value that you have been on the fence about selling or getting rid of, you may actually make the decision to sell something like a family heirloom, something like that, a collectible, and then use that money to invest in yourself and gain a lot from that process. So if you've been waiting for confirmation on this, this is not financial advice, but this transit is really focused on investing in you. And for those of you who are seeking some kind of investment or money, some kind of financial investment from third parties, this is a really wonderful transit to sell yourself or your idea and get large sources of revenue from third parties, people investing in you, your brand, large loans to elevate your lifestyle or the things that you need. So there was an eclipse in Virgo in your 12th house in September, just a month ago. And what's happening now is that there's a series of eclipses that are stacking one after the other in the last degrees of a sign. So these new moons are going to happen one after the other. And so here is the second one in Libra that we just had now. Here it is right now. And so these new moons will happen at the end of the sign right until Aries season where Chiron is. So this entire side of the chart is going to be impacted by the happening of new moons in late degrees of each sign. Each new moon that follows the preceding new moon tempers the previous energy. And because the last time we had a new moon, it was an eclipse, whatever has happened for you then is going to become more tempered now, less impactful or less intense. What that actually means for you, Libra, is that if something came up in this last new moon eclipse that was draining your energy, that is going to go away slowly now. It's still going to be relevant. You still have to address it. But whatever the consequences of that are, whatever was happening that was draining your energy, taking your energy away, the intensity of this is decreasing. Likewise, if you are the victim of malicious rumors, or if you were involved in a secret relationship that was draining your energy and time, and that came to completion or transformation alongside this last new moon, with this new moon in Libra, you're moving on from whatever chaos that produced. If under this last new moon, this eclipse, you found out that somebody was trying to tear you down or hurt you, whatever the impact of that was is no longer going to impact you in the same way. So you're moving on from that situation. So here's that last new moon in Aries on April 17th, 2026. And so we're going to have this series happening right across this area of your chart. Another interesting thing that's happening at the same time over a very similar area of the chart is the conjunctions of Mars and Mercury, which will happen fairly regularly over the next 6 months between Scorpio also and Aries. Here is the final conjunction between Mars and Mercury. This is totally normal. This is a part of the planetary cycle between Mars and Mercury. They are simply going to travel between this area of the chart for the next 6 months. Mars rules both Scorpio and Aries, so it's extra special in these degrees, and expect increased communication and forward movement through things like talking with people about things, leading to some kind of outcome, but income as well. Essentially, decisions around money are going to make your relationships better by next year. In some way, you're having key communications in October that may lead to powerful partnership agreements by April of next year. If you make a purchase right now that you've been planning on for a while, that may make room for a better position for love in your life next year, such as freeing up your time or giving you room in your life for your significant other. This is also a time in which you want to have a money talk with your partner, which means figure out where you stand and where they stand. And I really advise that you do this in October, maybe even October 23rd, when the moon activates Lilith, and get a feel for the situation. I wouldn't tell my partner, if I were you, your plan to figure out what's happening in April, but pay attention to what they say, and that will give you an inside scoop as to what's going on. Okay, Libra, thank you for joining me. I hope this was helpful. I did do a tarot card reading for the new moon. This applies to all of this energy, so hopefully there's messages in there for you. I'm a little bit stuffed up today. I'm not sure why, but if you heard me cough or sneeze or something, that's what was going on. But I'll catch you next time, and I hope you're well, and I hope you're enjoying the energies here. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, Libra, so let's take a look at your messages for the tarot. First of all, I see the devil Temptation Island. It's Capricorn energy, and even though we don't have transits in Capricorn, this may have to do with house and home. It's the 4th house in your chart. The new moon is happening in your 1st house. We have the beautiful Empress here, as well as the 2 of Cups, which does symbolize abundance, growth coming to you. You're reaching for something. Venus has just been in Virgo for the last little while, and this card, the Nine of Pentacles, is ruled by Venus in Virgo. This could be symbolizing that there is a energy around you, for some of you, that was non-committal. The Knight of Wands and the Devil can suggest that there was some kind of a relationship, a short-term relationship, that has actually led to a pregnancy. These are all pregnancy cards. It could be a pregnancy in not a formal relationship, or a relationship in which you thought that there was a guarantee, but there may have not been. But more likely than not, this could be symbolic of a relationship that was romantic, but maybe not committed, or the potential of you getting into a situation like that. So someone around you could be really putting on the moves, being romantic. I would really ask myself, if I was in that situation at this time, whether or not they're committed, or if they are just in some way making you feel loved, making you feel liked, spoiling you a little bit. This is also likely that there's 2 different people in your situation right now. We have one that's less committal, more fun, easygoing, maybe unavailable. And then the second one who's more genuine. And for those of you who are in a situation where you are pregnant and alone, or a single father, there's some significance here. Page of Cups and the Empress. That baby may be a very powerful soulmate for you. And I use the term soulmate a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but there's going to be some kind of powerful connection between you and that baby. So rest assured, good things are coming out of this. I think that there was a spirit of celebration, having fun, 2 of Cups, 9 of Pentacles, enjoying life in your circumstances. And that has led to the evolution of something, the progress of something, possibly to a pregnancy or some kind of progress in your life. Maybe you're just going through life having a really good time at this time, Libra. Venus is in your sign. We have a new moon. These are all fairly nice astrological transits to be under. I think that the advice here is don't succumb to temptation. If something requires your money or to take a risk at this time, I would be careful with making such decisions. And know that Saturn has moved back into your 6th house now, But next year, early next year in February, it's going to move back in your 7th house. So in terms of long-term commitment, for some of you, you will hunker down with someone who's very important to you. But I also feel that this will be a time of discernment, trying to figure out whether or not the relationships that are around you are worthwhile staying in, being connected to. But for now, you're just coming off of a high in terms of having fun, celebrating life, reaping the rewards, especially physical, tangible, financial rewards of the circumstances around you, the energies around you. I would be cautious who's around me at this time. It's up to 2 different situations that may be exploitative or not as committal as you'd want them to be, or maybe asking you to go down a path that's not right for you. But there is a positive outcome. There is someone very nice in your situation. They could be a Pisces, a Scorpio, or a Cancer, not necessarily any gender. Like I said, if you're pregnant, this could be symbolic of your baby, or if you've just had a baby, this may be your baby's connection to you. All these cards suggest new life being born. And maybe for some of you, and this isn't a message for everyone, that new life being born is pulling you out of some situations that were less than ideal for you. They were not committal, not trustworthy. Maybe some were a little bit dangerous sometimes. Dangerous in terms of life planning and commitment. And now you're moving towards something much more stable, much more positive for you, and much more in alignment with health. Now, especially if you date women, this could be symbolic of a new love on the horizon for you. So at this time, you could meet someone, connect with someone, be swept away and away from some of the questionable connections that you've had. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you soon. Let me know how this resonates in the comments, and I will talk with you soon. Take care. Hi, Scorpio. Let's take a look at your transits throughout October around this new moon. So for the new moon, I'm looking at the rulers for your sign. Venus is in the 12th house with the new moon, which is the largest energy of influence. This is a normal energy for this new moon because Venus is always close to the sun. So she's either in Virgo, Scorpio, or Libra. What it means is that you may have secret admirers, or you may have secret love connection. That is a part of what this new moon energy brings. For some of you, there may be a feud over love and attention that you are experiencing under this new moon. With some of the other energies that are happening that we'll talk about in just a minute, we're resolving love affairs privately without anyone knowing. This doesn't mean that somebody is being hidden or in some way unethically treated. It's just a private matter that's being resolved. I'm going to go through the transits rather quickly. So all of the transits are explained in the collective astrology section. So feel free to refer to that. I will put timestamps for each energy in the timestamps for you. So you can refer to Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, and so forth. So Jupiter is the traditional ruler of this 3rd decan where the new moon happened. And Jupiter is finishing its transit of your 9th house. It's still going to be there until July of next year. This is a beautiful position for Jupiter, and it's doing you a lot of good energy, or sending you a lot of good energy. There's great opportunities to travel. Something that you did a long time ago may be getting you a lot of positive attention. This is exposure to people in the world. If there is some global conference or professional opportunity where you must travel to get to it, you should definitely go at this time. We'll talk about Mercury next, but Mercury is one of the planets that's really connected to a lot of the transits today. And it's in your 1st house in Scorpio, and we'll get to some of the things that it's doing in a little bit. But for the purpose of the new moon, Mercury is the ruler, the modern ruler of the 3rd decan. And so in the 1st house, what it represents is some truth about you coming to light. To me, this combination of Lilith, Mars, and Mercury looks like maybe you've had a bad reputation, or maybe people spread rumors about you and made you look kind of bad. And now with this conjunction of Mercury and Mars, and we'll talk about that later, but next to Lilith and the moon here on October 23rd, there could be a side to you that's emerging. Like the proof is in the pudding, the energy is showing up as, which means that how you behave and how you are allows other people to see you clearly. So whatever has been said about you, however you've been kept from situations by people trying to spread lies or manipulations, it's likely that under this conjunction and this transit of Mercury affecting the new moon, a lot is coming to light. The next aspect I want to focus on is the T-square on Jupiter, and we talked about this in a previous video. I also explained this in the astrology overview. But essentially what's going on with this new moon and the energy around it is actually a grand cross with Pluto at first degree of Aquarius. Now there is a little bit of room before Jupiter reaches the first degree of Leo. In fact, Jupiter will turn retrograde fairly soon and pull back from this degree. So what we're experiencing now is a foreshadow of a grand cross situation that is going to emerge at the end of September of next year. This is a chart for September 29th, 2026. And I've modified the transits that you're looking at so you can see it more clearly. So it's a grand cross with very similar transits to that which is happening this year. This could suggest that there is some kind of a situation that's happening behind the scenes that we can't get at, that there's not too much clarity on, that's being hidden. And then by the following year, by September, it's going to become public knowledge, or it's going to become widely known. Now, a cross can be a pressure situation. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Crosses actually and squares make things work in the world. So this is a good transit, but sometimes it may be experienced as uncomfortable when uncomfortable truths come out. Again, this is the September 2026 chart of where we are going, but specifically what you're looking for in 2025 is patterns of family holding you back. Family members that may be covertly trying to hold you back, slow down your progress in situations. There are certain realities in your life that you're going to have to navigate. And especially starting now, there's a side of hiddenness. There's an aspect of hiddenness to this, which means that you can't even talk about it directly. If you can get through this situation, I'm pretty sure this is going to lead you to wild, wild success. So avoiding the imposition of others, especially if that imposition is hidden, covert, or veiled in some way. If you can get through the smear campaign or whatever is going on that's trying to hold you back and look to your family as your primary suspect, it could be someone at work as well, not a family member at work, or it might have something to do with a jealous lover. If you're having an affair, then that person's significant other may be somehow doing something. You know which one it is. If you can get through this situation, then this square in September will be much easier to take. Okay, so next we have the Kite, which happened on the 19th. From about the summer, from August till the 19th of October. This energy is still with us, but we need to acknowledge it. The Kite has been happening in your 11th house for the last few years. I've been covering it since 2022, and now it's entered into Libra in the 12th house. Now, the interesting thing about the Kite is that it's a relationship to the outer planets that are switching signs, which is causing our whole world to change, right? And this is the effect on our personal lives and how we relate to that through this aspect. It's a very powerful aspect of relation to the outer planets switching signs. For you, since it's happening in Libra now, a lot will be continuing to happen behind closed doors, closed meetings, things that you're not aware of. And a lot of this will be good. Okay, so yeah, it's very good. So sometimes we associate hiddenness with something negative, but in this case, this could be good references. There's things that are happening for you behind the surface that are interacting with these outside shifts that are positive in nature. Some of you are actually going to enter a secret romance around this time, or maybe you have in the last couple months. And some of that love affair may happen. And let me stress, this is not necessarily like a betrayal, like infidelity. This could be a love affair that's born out of loss, shared loss, or talking about difficult family histories or stress. So there could be a coming together with someone else in privacy, not really telling anybody about it. And the context of that relationship being rooted in processing loss, sharing loss, and working through heartache. The kite also has a lot to do with being an antidote, an opposite energy that is reacting to something that your family members have said in the past. There's a lot of energy here that has to do with limiting forces that you're confronting from family, such as when family members try to hold people back. This does not mean that you're actually going through a period in which family will hold you back. It's more about addressing how family has held you back in the past. The next transit I have for you guys is the interaction between the two grand water trines. Not grand water, the two grand trines, sorry. One was a water trine between Jupiter and Mercury and Saturn. And the second one is a grand air trine between Uranus, Venus, and Pluto. This is called the Star of David, and specifically this arrangement allows for an interconnection of mind and emotions, which is really beneficial for all of us. This improves all relationships and all aspects for everyone, but for you specifically, the things that are limiting you or have been limiting you, gatekeeping you, holding you back, are falling away. You're also, because of this, finally able to grow into a better version of yourself and move past family hardships. Not so much that the people who are causing the harm are removed, but more so that there's more accountability, more eyes watching, more ears listening, more people in the know. So I want to take our chat back to the past eclipse because this informs what's happening now or what's beginning in October. In the third week of September, we had an eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo in your 11th house. I explained this in the Astrology Collective section, so watch that part if you're curious to know more about it. But essentially, alongside this eclipse, we began a pattern of new moons at the end of a sign. So at the end of Virgo, now a new moon, not an eclipse, at the end of Libra, one at the end of Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and then this pattern is going to end in Aries, And so this means that whenever we have another following new moon, the energy of the previous new moon gets sort of replaced with new themes that are emerging that are powerful. Think almost like layer upon layer. That doesn't mean that the new moon's themes from September are irrelevant. It just means that there are new energies that are emerging that are more here and now. Those energies from September are still going to play out for the next year, but they're sort of being subsumed by the new energy that's emerging in the 12th house. This is great because eclipses are sometimes destabilizing, and so for your purposes, any situations involving friends being destabilized, friendship situations, and all the drama that may come with that is being removed, or at least it's being subsumed by the newer energy. For some of you, this may have marked the end of a connection with a professional network that was holding you back. And so all the drama associated with that may be removed as well. Under the eclipse that happened in September, the new moon that begins this cycle or this pattern, you may have realized that you have been holding yourself back by appeasing people who want a certain aspect of you but don't like the whole thing. This is people pleasing and being afraid to rock the boat because on some level you understood that you were not fully welcome. And so all of these situations that may have come up alongside this eclipse that just ended, this new moon in the 12th house is bringing in new energies that are going to shift the narrative a little bit, shift the focus. You still have to deal with the things from this new moon that happened last month, but the intensity, the drama, has become decreased. So I want you to remember that the new moons are happening at the end of the sign until April, because there's a synchronicity here that is very powerful. So here's that new moon, by the way, in April 17th, 2026. That will be the last new moon in the late degrees of this sequence. And this is very normal. This is not rare. Don't let someone blow hot air up your ass with, telling you that, oh, this is so rare. It's normal. It's just a astrological synchronicity or pattern. But I want to show you something else that's happening concurrently, and that's the conjunction of Mars and Mercury from Scorpio, from your sign. Mars and Mercury have an interesting relationship in the fact that they fall into sequence and out of sequence for extended periods of time. This means that they can travel together over a series of months and then not connect again for almost 2 years. So their planetary cycle begins over and over a period of several months, and then one of the planets moves forward, leaving the other planet behind. But because of the rate of the orbit, there's a period of time when they're synced up. And during this time, which is happening now, it's starting on October 20th, there will be a series of conjunctions between Mercury and Mars in several different signs. This means that communication is going to be increased, as well as agency to act on the things that we're saying. There's going to be a lot of changes in the world from now until April when this conjunction finishes. So here is the last conjunction in Aries on April 20th, 2026. And if you remember when we were talking about the new moon just now, that new moon also finishes on April 17th, 2026. So there's a pattern that is emerged between two different things in astrology. The late degree new moons consecutively happening from now until April, and the conjunctions of Mercury and Mars happening consecutively also until April, until the end of April. So there's a lot of energy here that's starting that will continue to unfold towards this outcome. And for you, this affects your first house to your sixth house. So things that are more personal. To me, this symbolizes that a lot is changing for you on a personal level internally, where you're reflecting on the things that are happening around you. This is a huge change with regard to inner work. What I think is going to happen by April, when this last conjunction happens, is that certain things that have to do with duplicitousness, this hiddenness, and remember, the first conjunction is happening in Scorpio next to Lilith, and Moon will activate this on October 23rd. This means that if people have been in some way manipulating you or pulling you into situations covertly, then this process that's happening within yourself will allow you to deal with it, because by the time we have that last conjunction in April, you would have gone through this whole internal process of self-realization of boundaries and things like that. So I think this is going to greatly help you to assert yourself. And it starts with now. Most likely you feel ill-equipped or less, I wouldn't say defenseless, but you feel as though you don't have the skill or the preparedness to be able to face such an opposition, and you're worried. And so this is the process that's going to help you to realize how to deal with that kind of level of manipulation. Very excited for you when I see this in your chart. Okay, so that's your message. I hope you enjoyed this. I will be back more with tarot in just a minute for you. I did a tarot card reading for the Libra new moon, but this energy is all connected. So I decided to kind of put it all together rather than make separate videos and explain it to you guys together in one big swoop. So I hope this is helpful. I hope it's thought-provoking, and I will talk with you soon. Take care. Bye. Wow, Scorpio, you have the best reading today. I think Cancer got a good reading as well, but that was only like the fourth reading I had done. Now I'm well into doing your readings, and this is better than Cancer's. Let me read the cards because they're so great. So we have the Six of Wands, the Ten of Cups, the Nine of Pentacles, the King of Wands, the Four of Wands, and the Ace of Cups. Wow. Okay. For a new moon in your 12th house, a lot is beginning here. You are owed something, Scorpio. The 12th house has to do with a 12-year cycle. coming to an end, and this new moon is right at the end of that cycle. This means that you have spent up to 12 years accumulating these residuals that you can claim now or that are owed to you in some way. Let me tell you what these things are. First of all, I see success in a situation that you have been waiting to see the outcome of. There is big success, clarity, achievement, progress on the way. In fact, all of these cards scream of celebration, joy, and happiness that something has come to pass in a positive light. There is a deep connection between you and someone else. If you have spent some time away from family, this card symbolizes that maybe family is coming in closer for you now, meaning that you will have time to spend with your family, spend with your close ones, and catch up on everything that has been missed. Because all this is in your 12th house, this could be people who you didn't expect to come back around, or you felt like that connection was lost. This is suggesting that that connection is coming right back in. Or maybe it was never lost to begin with, but it's coming out of hiddenness from your perspective. So whereas you didn't have contact, or you didn't know that it was there, or maybe it had gotten a little cooler or more distant for a time, it's coming in front and center. We also have the 9 of Pentacles. A financial goal has been achieved. This is a moment of celebration and joy. You have accumulated whatever you needed to accumulate. Maybe these are private goals that you have been trying to achieve. Then we have the King of Wands. This could be someone who is around you at this time. They may be a Sag, a Leo, or an Aries. I sense a helpful energy coming in around, helping you to achieve your goals. Someone who helped you facilitate this, especially in things like money, work, career. This person was here as an intermediary. They stepped in some way to help you. Scorpio, this is a very positive reading. And then we have the 4 of Wands. This could be progress of a relationship that you have been waiting to solidify or confirm for a very long time. And out of that comes a new beginning. If it's not a relationship that you're already in now, there may be a new relationship on the horizon for you as you become closer with someone. I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who you already know, maybe in a more casual or platonic way, that becoming more real or confirmed, a disclosure of love. It feels as though someone has been helping you a lot to achieve the goals that you want. Someone has been helping you to be where you are reaching now. So a solid friend, a solid ally, a friend who's been down your journey with you at this time. Whatever this is, just on the precipice of Scorpio season, if your sun is in Scorpio, this is a massive gift from someone. It really feels as though somebody has been trying to help you to achieve a goal, to be able to reach a certain direction. And out of that comes the Ace of Cups. Not only love, but this is something that you desire coming to manifest. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this message. Tell me in the comments what it is. Take care. Bye. Hi, Sagittarius. Thank you for joining me and welcome to the channel. We're going to do tarot and astrology, talking about the energy right now to do with the new moon and the energies around it. So this was initially supposed to be a video for the new moon only, but the energies are actually really interacting for this new moon, so I thought it would be better that we just put it all together. I'm going to go through the different transits quite quickly, so if you watch the intro for the collective, I've labeled it with every single part that we're going to talk about today, and that will explain to you what's going on astrologically on a deeper level. So I'm going to tell you how everything is influencing your signs for sun, moon, and rising. So Venus is the ruler of the new moon, and we're going to focus on the rulers as opposed to the new moon itself. It's in the same sign as the new moon, which is very, very normal. It's not rare at all. Venus is always in Virgo, Scorpio, or Libra during the new moon in Libra. because she's never too far away from the sun. This new moon, because of Venus's influence, has a lot to do with your social life. Your social life grows and improves. There's improvements with regard to conflicts with friends. If you've had conflicts with friends, it's likely those are going to improve. There are good rumors being spread about you. Your reputation is growing well through this new moon. Very, very nice aspect. Then we have the Jupiter influence on the third decan. Jupiter is the traditional ruler of the third decan of Libra, where the new moon is happening. And Jupiter is in your 8th house. So this is a time in which you may finalize an inheritance, be it to do with the past or the future. There could be major financial agreements through Jupiter's transit in Cancer, but to do with the new moon. This is through friendships and social networks, major financial improvements and agreements with partners. Or if you're involved in legal disputes, and none of my content is financial advice, or legal advice, you might be winning a settlement with regard to an issue that has been outstanding. Always get a good lawyer to take care of that. Then we have Mercury in the 12th house in Scorpio as the new or modern ruler of the third decan. Now, Mercury is not aspecting this new moon at all. However, there are a lot of concurrent energies that are happening right before, during, and after this new moon involving Mercury. So Mercury is super activated in Scorpio right now. This is going to be really powerful for you, more so than any other sign, particularly with deep, dark, hidden secrets, because it's in the 12th house. Here you're dealing with deeper and darker secrets than anybody else. Those secrets are being shared, and so truth is coming to light. This is extremely, extremely important. You also may be getting very powerful insight from a friend regarding an issue. So someone's quietly telling you the truth about what's going on. Inside scoop or research. So if you're doing some researching, basically you're getting information that no one else has. And particularly October 23rd, pay attention to that date. That's a major activation when the moon crosses Lilith. Those are going to be the deepest, darkest secrets that emerge or you have access to. The next transit I want to talk about will actually unfold September 29th, 2026. And this is called the Grand Cross. And I simplified the chart so that you can see more clearly what's going on. This Grand Cross between Mars, Mercury, Pluto, and Chiron is very similar structurally to this energy that we are under right now. So right before the new moon, the sun opposed Chiron here in your 5th house. This created a T-square onto Jupiter. We talked about this in other videos. But more importantly, under this new moon, it almost became a grand cross itself with Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is going to move up in Cancer, but then retrograde back. So we won't see Jupiter in Leo opposing Pluto for several months. But for our purposes, to understand this grand cross on September 29th, 2026, circumstances may be arising for you that are illuminating for you the energy next year. What this energy is telling you right now is that it's a good idea to not overcommit financially right now, because this could hold you back from relationships next year. That the things you're doing now or finding out now will play out next year. So don't overcommit financially. There's an opportunity here to resolve a very big issue between you and your children. If there's conflict in your family between you and your children, that might be reaching some kind of clarification, and you should push for that now. Not push, but have the conversation if you can. And for those of you who don't have adult children or who don't have kids that are old enough or maybe don't have kids at all, this may actually be involving your siblings or cousins as well. But think of a major conflict that has been plaguing your family for a very long time. These are transits that are very good for bringing harmony into those types of situations. And next year, when we have this Grand Cross, whatever you're able to resolve now will really help to unfold next year. And the energy of this Grand Cross will be greatly modified by progress that you make this year in the situation. And just a little bit more information. If this conflict could very likely involve money, which is usually the most kind of aggressive or mean-spirited conflict. So this situation, if your situation is involving money and this is not financial advice, then it's likely that's the issue that we're talking about. Family issue concerning money, involving children, possibly inheritance, possibly siblings or cousins. So the next energy is a very positive one. That Grand Cross was the only kind of harsh energy that I have for you today. So the next energy is the Kite in the 11th house, and this is from the foundation of Uranus, Pluto, and Neptune, but also Saturn. And this kite has been forming in Virgo for the last couple years, so in your 10th house. And this is the first year that it's going to form in your 11th house. This is the personal manifestation of how your outside world is changing. And here you will see it unfold in a very positive way for you. So the influence of these outer planets, AI and all these things that are happening around us, this is how it's helping you or impacting you in a positive way. So for you, your social networks greatly improve from this. Not for everyone, but for some people, the internet is a great way through which people connect and make friends. Some of you are experiencing closeness with family who's far away, who otherwise you would not be in touch with. So you gain the benefit of the ease of communication with people who are far away and connection. For some of you, especially those of you who have difficult family situations, Saturn has dipped back into your 4th house. The point isn't to get closer with family, but rather get away from family. And so in this case, these transits in relation to the Moon and Venus in your 11th house has a lot to do with finding alternatives to bad family members who don't deserve to be in your life. That's not true for everyone, but this kite allows you to branch out from toxic family situations. There's something interesting about this kite right now, and this kite is actually going to show up for 7 years. But if you are drawn to something unique right now, a new interest or hobby, and you're like, why am I interested in this? This can actually be the thing that brings you to your next love. So if you're on the fence about doing something, but you're genuinely interested in it, and then you're like, that's too weird. It's not too weird. There's something in you that's pulling you towards your next love, a love connection, or a very important friend. So go have fun with those left field hobbies or interests that you have. The next transit is from October 19th as well, but still we are under the influence of this energy, even though this aspect has kind of moved apart now. So this is the combination of 2 grand trines, a grand air trine between Venus, Pluto, Uranus, and a grand water trine between Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. This is called the Star of David, and in this case, this is a harmonizing energy between the mind and the emotions. So what's coming up with this Star of David is that there's someone in your family who may be going away for a long time, if not permanently, if you know what I'm saying. It's likely not going to be something that is terrible for you, and I'm sorry for your loss if you're negatively impacted, but this is likely something positive. This is someone who possibly had spread secrets about you or had worked against you in some way. So some limiting force in your family is going away. It could be a divorce. It doesn't have to be, something more serious or drastic, but it looks like maybe someone who wasn't good for you is going away from your family. This Star of David is actually allowing you to find out secrets in your family, especially while Saturn is still in Pisces. You'll be under the influence of this. Also on October 23rd, when the moon passes Lilith, a secret may emerge about family, important secrets about family. And overall, you're under the energy of knowing something that people around you don't necessarily know about, and this is to your advantage. I wanted to show you guys the eclipse from last month in September, which happened in your 11th house. This eclipse, like all eclipses, created some instability in your life, in your career. Did I say 11th house? I meant 10th house. So there may have been disruptions in your career, maybe some kind of slowdown, shift, redistribution of power, stuff like that. Maybe there was something to do with your reputation at work, or maybe there could have been fighting at work over issues. Well, let me tell you that that negative energy, if something came up of a negative nature, is going to be replaced or subsumed by the new moon in Libra, focusing on friendships and more social connections. This is because there is a series of new moons, a sequence, that began alongside that eclipse that will continue until Aries in April 2026. So here is the final new moon at 27 degrees of Aries. And we're going to have new moons at the end of each sign every month until then. So we have this very interesting arc, this story arc of the new moons beginning at the end of each sign from now until April. And this means that any new moon that we have builds off or beyond the past new moon. And even though that previous new moon energy is not completely dissolved, it is sort of replaced or de-emphasized for a new energy that's emerging. So we get something new every month. It's like those deliveries when they send you a package every month of something exciting. So this month you guys are getting friendship and social connection. And so this is working in your favor, I hope. There's a second story arc I want to show you guys, and that's the conjunction of Mars and Mercury and Lilith. But specifically Mars and Mercury are also in a pattern from now, October, until April of next year. So here is the final conjunction of Mars and Mercury in April. So Mars and Mercury have a unique orbital pattern in relation to each other. There are periods of time in which they travel together essentially for like 6 months, and then they'll separate and not join together for 2 years. So we're at the beginning stage on October 20th of this pattern. And so Mars and Mercury are going to make several conjunctions over the next 6 months until April of next year. And then they will begin their full planetary cycle. So what's going on is Mercury is the planet of communication and Mars is the planet of action. I expect a lot of things to start happening between now and April of next year. Beyond that, there is this parallel between the new moons that are happening at the end of the sign and the conjunctions of Mars and Mercury. And so this whole area of your chart, especially from Scorpio into Aries, is affected by the conjunctions of Mars and Mercury and these late new moons. Every single month, something is beginning. Now, Mars and Mercury, I think, join together 5 times through this period, so it's not every single month, but it's still pretty consistent. This means that the energy that you begin with now here in the 12th house, secrets emerging, those deep, dark secrets, are going to elevate you to something very positive. Maybe this is a declaration of love, Mercury and Mars in April joining together on April 20th, 2026. Maybe this is a secret admirer that's going to finally tell you they love you by next April. But it could be other things as well that are going to bring joy into your life, bringing things from that are hidden out in the open. And remember what we said about family situations. This could be greatly improving your family dynamics as well. Maybe through this time, you may be warming up to new friends, getting to know who your allies are, and talking with them about your plans and helping those plans grow through that process. Whatever it is, it looks like a huge transformation of things that are only happening for you privately, but that will emerge more into the open in the 5th house. This is the things that you love, the house of joy. It's a very, very nice transit. And this is supported by those new moons in the late degrees of every single sign. So pretty exciting. Okay, so I'm going to do tarot next. I hope that you enjoyed this. And I'll catch you next time for your next reading. Take care. Bye. Hi, Sagittarius. Let's take a look at your tarot cards for a new moon that's happening in the 11th house. Let's start with the Tower card. First of all, I think that you are making some decisions with regard to friendship. And I think you're going to assert yourself in a way that's going to cause one of those relationships to break up. This is deeply connected to Mars and Mercury, let me show you, joining together in the 12th house. You didn't do anything to deserve this. This is something that's connected to something that's been happening behind your back for quite a long time. But your assertion of power, which is the Magician, will lead a situation to come to an end. But don't worry, because you're just prioritizing what's more important and what's not. It looks like there was some kind of a rift that happened for you recently in probably this situation. Some kind of a situation left you wanting more, made you feel like you were not fully satisfied in a situation you had. There is a very strong Queen of Pentacles energy. This could be feminine, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, and very likely for many of you, this is family oriented. So we have the 10 of Pentacles. Saturn just returned back into Pisces, which is your 4th house. This has a lot to do with family. It looks like a feminine energy who may be a family member or like a family member, as close as a family member, coming back in to set the record straight or to protect you in some way, to be with you through the change that you're embarking upon. But don't worry, this change is not bad. This is in the recognition that something's not okay. A failure in a friendship, lack of trust, recognizing that someone is untrustworthy, pulling yourself out of the way of this duplicitous, dishonest energy. So it's a win. This tower is a win. And you're going to experience it all around circumstances of love, friendship, family connections. Jupiter is still in your 8th house and will be there until July of next year. So this actually means that this is the optimal time for you to change circumstances. This is a wide orb square between the Sun and Jupiter during the full moon or the new moon. But just days before, there was a powerful T-square that we talked about in the astrology that probably precipitated this, meaning this situation may have emerged just days before the new moon. And on the new moon, you begin this new path. Nothing needs to happen. You may just decide to go no contact, to pull away, or a disclosure may happen because Mercury and Mars are joining together in the 12th house. This could be symbolic that some truth is coming out that's been hidden from you. It could possibly be this person who is telling you this, letting you know what's up, what's going on, so that you're not in the dark. Someone who is trustworthy, who's on your side, is coming in with the right information. Sometimes we're held from action by not being told what's up. And now here you are empowered to act. This is a Sagittarian card for me as well. I know it's ruled by Mercury, but to me it echoes Sagittarius. This is the Magician. And when we don't have full information on a situation, when we're gate kept out, then we don't have the power to react, to act in some way. And so in this situation, you're being informed so that you can react appropriately, getting yourself out of harm's way. Okay, thank you guys so much for joining me. Best of luck in this situation. Feel free to share with me what's going on in the comments, and I will talk with you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi, Capricorn. Let's take a look at your reading for the astrology for October, the series of transits that are together with the new moon in Libra. If any of this is too fast for you, then please just watch the introduction for the collective. I've labeled each section for something that is similar to what I'm covering here, and you can watch that section for a deeper explanation of the astrology. So the Libra new moon, we're going to look at through rulership because those are the planets that are going to be interacting with the other transits the most. So we have Venus as influencing the new moon as its ruler. This means that everything in your 10th house is prominent with this new moon and is very important for you. This symbolizes really a positive experience at work, likely a promotion or recognition for your work. This is when you go for interviews and land every single one. And if you have been working towards a goal in your career, it's likely that under this new moon, some aspect of that is going to progress forward. This is really great for networking and making high-profile connections, all in the realm of your career and public standing, things like that. Jupiter is the ruler of the third decan of Virgo, of Libra. This is the traditional ruler, and it's in your 7th house in Cancer. With Jupiter, this makes it more about love or having some aspect of positive feelings in the mix of the energy that the new moon is bringing in. This new moon could be bringing you conditions under which love can thrive a bit more in your life. Jupiter's transit in Cancer is really great for meeting a true love or meeting a partner. You still get to enjoy that until July of next year. Under this aspect, you may form really strong bonds with prospective bosses or people that you're working with, and you may sign contracts or enter into agreements that you will work together, but it's on the foundation of mutual like and positive feelings, positive admiration. If you are married, your partner's success may lead to improvement of life quality for you as well. The other ruler of the third decan is Mercury. This is the modern ruler, and it's in your 11th house. It doesn't have a direct aspect to the new moon, but there is a lot of co-presenting transits that Mercury is a part of. We'll learn about that in just a little bit. For you in the 11th house, this is powerful. This is reaching an understanding. Think of a friend has a grudge towards you, like a really deep grudge, and they haven't told you about it or haven't clarified for you what's going on. Under this aspect of Mercury and Scorpio alongside the new moon, you may understand where that frustration is or what's going on. This is also really great for rumors in your friend group, where you're kept from certain information and now you are being told exactly what's going on. Improvement with gossip, getting out of bad situations with friends, and networking is really, really top priority right now. So if you have networking events in your career or in your public circumstances, you really want to bring yourself to those events and connect with people. Under this aspect, you may meet people who you don't usually have an opportunity to meet. So that's really good. So the first transit that I want to talk about may not be the easiest, but it's not necessarily bad. This is the Grand Cross that's going to show up at the end of September 2026 between Pluto, Chiron, Mars, and Mercury. Now, it's already forming alongside this new moon in the form of an opposition between Sun and Chiron, T-squaring Jupiter. We've talked about this in previous videos. But under this new moon energy, Jupiter is inching its way towards an opposition with Pluto. This is a foreshadow event, which means that the things are coming up now sort of are prelude to the energy of next year. I'm a Virgo, so I will tell you to get prepared. And this is the energy under which you can get prepared for whatever is coming up for you next year. So the similar themes, similar dynamics may emerge next year in a much more direct way. And this year you may become aware of them under these transits. One of the things that may be emerging for you in this Sun-Chiron opposition is that your success at work may be pulling you away from family. So your family wants to be closer together and you're not finding time to be with them, or you may have a hard time in terms of priorities, organizing your priorities. Under this transit, your partner will support your success. And if there are any children situations in the family with a partner, possibly with whom you're getting a separation, be very, very careful in situations involving children. Be very strategic, because next year, when the actual Grand Cross forms, the fully formed Grand Cross shows up, those issues may be weaponized against you. This is specifically for people who have custody issues or issues involving your kids with authority and some form of power. So you want to prepare yourself starting now. If something is coming up for you right now involving your kids and somebody else's authority, over them. You may want to pay attention to that and deal with it now so that next year, when this Grand Cross shows up, you don't have to be in as much of a tussle as if you ignore this now. This is only supposed to be a message for people who are experiencing this. So if you have kids and you're worried that something's going to come up, if something's not coming up for you now, it's likely that it's not going to be a repeat pattern later or next year. Remember, these are general readings, so I'm just trying to estimate some of the things that the astrology may produce for you now. This just naturally means that certain messages are meant for certain people. Everybody has a different astrology, a different chart. So the next transit that I want to focus on is the Kite. We've been in the Kite for the last few years, forming on Virgo, and now we have these kites that are forming onto Libra. And this is going to continue for the next 7 years or so. It's an energy of adjustment in relation to the outside changes in the world between Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus. Venus and the Moon here is your personal experience, personal adaptation of how that is going to play out in your personal life. So how the outside forces are affecting you and how that is transmuting into your life. This is a powerful kite for you, Capricorn. And it's so funny because, the stereotype is Capricorns like work and success and things like that. But this is a transit that actually supports that kind of trajectory. So with the kite pointing at your 10th house, this is things that are happening in the world are supporting you at work. You might be finding that you're extremely successful right now. The way that the world is changing makes sense to you, so you're adapting in turn faster than other people. Through that, you may get recognition, high honors, higher positions. Because of your ability to adapt, it's not even your ability to adapt. You're in sync with the Pluto, Neptune, Uranus transit. In this way, it's affecting your career. This leads to new income and new work opportunities that will greatly increase your income and your status. The only drawback of that is that it does suggest that it's going to take a lot of time, which has this pressure on your family life. This is the chart for October 21st, 2025. Another special aspect that's formed over us on the 19th of October that's still relevant is the Star of David. This consists of 2 grand trines, a grand air trine and a grand water trine. This is the blending of emotions and the mind. And even though the 19th has passed, it's still relevant in terms of the energy and how it's affecting us. So some of you are experiencing an actual shift away from blood family towards your partner or towards friendships as priority. Some of you are experiencing a pivoting of that, and a reorientation of who's important in your life. Throughout your whole reading, there is this pattern of leveling up at work, accepting membership, huge recognition, very successful for recognition for the work that you do. You may experience that the general energy for you is moving to energy outside of the home. So whereas before you were working from home or more grounded in it, you're reaching out. To understand some of the energies that are happening now, you want to look back to September 2025, last month, when we had the new moon Virgo eclipse in the 9th house. This began a pattern of new moons, and I explained this in the collective reading in more detail, that are happening at the end of each sign until April of next year. So here's that last new moon in April of next year at 27 degrees of Aries. So this is a fairly regular pattern. I don't want someone gaslighting you that it's rare. It's not. But what's special about it is that it's concurrent with another pattern that's emerging that I'll tell you about next. But before we go on, I want to focus on the new moon and what it's changing. So the Libra new moon that we just had, this one right here, is happening in the same late degrees of Libra, 30 degrees. It's a semi-sextile from the new moon eclipse. What that is doing is it's overshadowing the previous energy. Eclipses tend to destabilize. So if you have been going through an ideological shift that has been creating tensions around you, you're settling into your ideas a bit more, and any pressure from the outside that is trying to tone police you or is in conflict with your new ideas, that's going to be diminished. And there's this focus with this new moon shifting towards success in your career. That doesn't mean that those frictions are going away permanently, but for now, they're going to become less prominent. So any conflicts over ideas, your imagination of where you want to go. Some of you, if you have been trying to immigrate to a country to obtain a visa and obtain immigration papers, these kinds of things have become very tedious recently. And so, as well, if that came up for you alongside the new moon eclipse, the one in September, by the Libra new moon in October, the intensity and the pressure of that bureaucracy is going to diminish. The final kind of observation for this eclipse is that issues to do with scholarly work, academia, may have arisen alongside the new moon in September. And if you are experiencing stress or as a byproduct of that, by the Libra new moon, we're shifting gears towards more of a successful, career-oriented direction. Now, I mentioned that there are 2 parallel astrologies happening from now until April. So we have this new moon in Virgo from September, starting a series of new moons in the late degrees of a sign. But there's a second event that's happening around the same time, and that's the conjunction of Mercury and Mars. This began on October 19th, 20th, 2025 in Scorpio in your 11th house. And this is a part of a planetary pattern between the 2 planets that is fairly normal. Again, so other people don't tell you this is rare, this is very normal. There are periods of time in which Mercury and Mars travel together throughout the sky for like 6 months at a time. And so now we're beginning one of those patterns. This is when Mercury and Mars will form a series of conjunctions through various different signs. And it just happens to be that their final conjunction in Aries will be on April 20th, just 3 days after that last new moon in Aries that we just mentioned in the previous part. So basically what's happening is that Mercury and Mars are forming conjunctions throughout different signs until they reach their final conjunction in Aries. So again, they're initiating energy together in various different signs between Scorpio and Aries in your chart. So on October 20th, we have a conjunction in Scorpio in the 11th house alongside Lilith, and that's being activated by the moon on October 23rd. With this conjunction, it's likely that secrets in your friend group are going to be relayed or shared after being hidden for a long time. Wherever there is conflict amid your network of friends, that is going to be brought to the surface. And in particular, the exciting thing about this is that with Lilith, we're pointing to things that are very hidden, very, very secret. So if there is a secret or a rumor or gossip that's floating around, alongside the transit of the moon over the 23rd degree of Scorpio, those secrets are going to come out, and especially those types of secrets that keep you from going in the direction you want to go. So you're being freed up from gatekeeping. Sometimes people keep secrets in order to keep information from others so those people cannot progress. And for you, this is happening in your social life. This is freeing you up so that you can grow beyond the constraints of your friend group. And this may actually be in some way interrelated with a change of home next year in April, as you are free to move. Like these situations are somehow connected, that it's going to allow you to freedom to move, freedom to grow beyond your current circumstances. Sometimes people keep secrets from us, like friends, to prevent us from growing, because they don't want you to outgrow them or because of whatever motivation is causing that. And I think this sequence between Mars and Mercury will really help those of you who have some kind of situation at home that requires a lot of responsibility, such as autistic kids or disabled family members. So by the time Mercury and Mars join together in your fourth house on April of next year, it's likely that something will come into your life that will help you to address or help you out with circumstances in which you have a lot of responsibility, commitment, something that's going to help you out. You know what this could play out as? With this conjunction in Scorpio in the 11th house, maybe someone has the contact of a doctor or support worker who could help you and your family a lot. And maybe for some reason it didn't click to them. It doesn't have to be nefarious. Maybe they forgot to tell you, or they didn't realize that this could help. So maybe a truth is emerging that will come out of this situation that you'll become aware of through your friend group. And through that will empower you in supporting others in your home or something like that. Greatly improve something to do with your family. Okay, so this is your message for this new moon and October energies. I did do a new moon reading using tarot. That's coming up next. Just the energy for the new moon is interrelated with all of these different aspects. So I hope you take that message across the board for you for the other aspects as well. I hope you're doing well, and I will catch you next time. Thank you for watching. Take care. Bye. Hi, Capricorn. Let's take a look at your tarot cards. Let me read them off to you one by one, and just so you know before you get worried, the Tower card has shown up in multiple readings. So this new moon is bringing about transformation. Like I told you in the astrology, there are several different astrological sequences that are super important right now. And so you might be getting a mixed bag of energy heading into the Libra new moon. So we have the Nine of Wands, the Lovers, and the King of Pentacles. We have the Last Judgment, which is Pluto, and the Knight of Cups, and the Tower, which is Mars. Mars and Pluto were just in a square, and now Mars is with Mercury in Scorpio, creating a conjunction in your 11th house. We probably talked about this in the astrology. I'm filming the two segments separately. But we have the Lovers and the King of Pentacles. Now, this will not apply to everyone, but this new moon is in your 10th house. This could apply to people who are in a business with their partner or their loved one. You may be waiting on a decision with regard to that business at this time, or there may be relationship matters up in the air as you figure out boundaries with regard to this business. Or maybe you had been hoping from approval from someone. This is not for those of you who are already in a business situation with their partner. Maybe you had been waiting for approval, or maybe a gateway. Maybe through a sibling or a cousin, you were hoping somebody would get you into a position that you were wanting. Maybe they work for a company and wanted them to introduce you. And I think that maybe there's been some kind of a tentative hold on a decision. That's shown up as a theme in other people's readings as well. However, we have the Knight of Cups, the Last Judgment, and the Tower. Some of you may be deciding to not wait any longer. Maybe this person, the King of Pentacles, the Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, possibly male, possibly female, has been waiting long enough. And we have the Last Judgment, which could potentially be your decision. I love this card. Let me show you. You could be getting ready to make your own decision in a situation. And for some of you, you might be surprising everyone to say, I do or yes to the proposal of someone else. Now, this new moon is in your career and your public life. So this is symbolic of something happening with possibly like a career or a job offer. But Jupiter is in your 7th house of Cancer right there. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of a concurrent love offer that's shifting your attention away from the new moon perspective, and this Tower just changes your whole worldview very quickly, causing you to make a very fast decision. But let's go over some of these themes so we have it ironed out. This is you waiting, the Nine of Rods. You've been waiting a long time for something to happen. There seems to be a stable relationship here. However, then we have some kind of an offer. Now, with this offer, two things may be happening for different people. There may be a decision to reject an offer, which could be very surprising, and people may be shocked by the fact that you're not going to go along with it. Or possibly you may be shocked, or others may be shocked, that you're making this radical decision that's going to change your life by agreeing to something, agreeing to go in a particular direction. Whatever it is, you're on the precipice of the change you've been waiting for. And whatever decision you make, I think it's going to be shocking. Let me know what it is in the comments. I'm so nosy. You got to tell me down there. And I will talk with you soon. Take care. Bye. Hey, Aquarius. Let's take a look at your chart for these transits in October that I think are worth looking at. So for the new moon, we're going to look at the three rulers of the new moon. First, we have Venus, who is in Libra, which is where the moon was happening. This is very normal, not rare at all. This happens much of the time, probably about a third of the time. Venus is always close to the sun, so many new moons in Libra have Venus in Libra as well. This is a good time to make travel plans, or travel plans are fortunate under this influence. This is a great time for your academic progress or any larger intellectual pursuits that you are engaged in, writing books about the world, making big media projects. If you go to cultural events that have a lot of diversity, those are going to be very lucky through this transit. And even though the new moon is over, this energy is still with us. Jupiter is the decan ruler for the third decan of Libra in traditional astrology, and Jupiter is in the sixth house. So Jupiter in the sixth house is actually a really good energy that helps you to remove yourself from situations that may be creating a lot of distractions in your life. Things at work or how things are organized, the dynamic may be distracting. And when Jupiter comes in, it helps you to adjust the energy towards something that is more favorable or less invasive. With Jupiter in your sixth house overall, it's likely that you are experiencing an increase in intensity and frequency of working out, going to the gym. This can be quite productive, but can be also very tiring. The clients that you do have, if you do client work, require a lot more care and nurture, but if you provide them the things that they need, that's going to be very much rewarded. Jupiter in the sixth house promotes harmony with your coworkers and people that you are around, and so therefore it's beneficial to you to problem solve those day-to-day issues. The second ruler of the third decan is Mercury in modern astrology, and Mercury is in Scorpio, and although there's no direct interaction with the new moon and Mercury, there are corresponding transits that we're going to talk about today that are relevant. I actually covered all of these transits in the collective message, and I'm going through them very quickly here. So if you're curious about a transit, it's going to be labeled in the description with a timestamp for that particular description. Mercury's doing a lot, but let's focus on Mercury itself. So important things may be said publicly in order to boost your reputation, or something to do with your work is being talked about that affects your work directly. Again, the idea of attending public conferences is really in your favor here, or special events for people in your field. This is a network opportunity here. This also suggests that there's an opportunity here to make permanent business shifts, but again, that's rooted in the other transits as well that we'll talk about in a minute. So the next aspect I want to describe for you is called a Grand Cross. This is a chart for September 29th, 2026. And right now we have a precursor energy, a foreshadow for this energy in September 2026. This is because the sun is opposing Chiron in Aries and squaring Jupiter But if you look closely, Jupiter is approaching the end of Cancer. It's going to turn back, but it is approaching still. And that will create an opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. The energies concerning the Grand Cross now, which is a tense energy, will carry over to September of next year, and they're going to come out in a more formal way. So right now you're getting kind of a preview of where things are going. With Pluto in your first house, there's a new side to your personality emerging, and this attracts new people to you. When you are a different way, you have a divisive moment in your life when some people are not going to get what you're doing or what you're about, while other people are going to embrace you. New people will embrace you. So you're in that moment very much now where a different side of you is emerging, and some people are going to love it and some people are not going to resonate. And so this is to do with Pluto. But in your personal relationships, what's going to happen is that you may actually see certain friends coming into conflict or pulling away, while the other people you know becoming much closer and drawn to you. In 2025, in October, this is the chart here, whatever's coming up in this dynamic, this tension between personal dynamics, social dynamics, how you show up in the world and how you are received, this is a foreshadow of September 2026. Let go of these issues now, and then you will have more allies next year, and you'll be less bogged down by explaining yourself to people who don't get it. At the same time, you may be reaching new levels of success, and so in that capacity, new major contracts may emerge. So not only are you showing up different, your whole vibe is aligning with a completely different energy that may not resonate with certain people, but aspirationally, in terms of where you want to go, you may be aligning with a whole group of people that you always wish to align with. This is all about authenticity. This isn't about you positioning yourself in some fake way. You're changing naturally, and now you are aligning with the people that you've always admired or aspired to be like. So naturally, certain people that reflect that old side of you will not understand that. And so next year, when we have this kite, this will be probably some kind of situation to do with this. And I'm a Virgo, so I'm all about preparedness. And so the idea here is not to worry now, but just start taking note of how these shifts are coming in, so that when it shows up next year, you'll be like, Veroosh told me about this. Okay, and so next we have the kite. We've talked about this since 2022. It's very exciting. And I don't think I've ever articulated it quite this, or maybe I have, but maybe not in these words. Essentially, the kite is our personal interaction, our first person experience with the outside changes that are happening around us through Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus. So these outer planets mark the outside changes, the outside forces that are on us. And these transits that are coming through early degrees of Libra are triggering our personal experience. And this is like the position at which our personal experience is the best. This is the most harmonious position in a relationship to the big changes, the big outside changes. So we can say all of these outside changes, some of them are problematic, some of them are scary, some of them are not nice, but how they personally affect us comes through in this position here. And so for each sign, and sun, moon, and rising should be something you review for this point as well, because it's going to affect 3 different parts of your life in a positive way. So this point here in the beginning of Libra starts to have very good consequences from these changes in the outside world. It's a very, very fortunate position. So for you, this is the 9th house. This is the house of ideas. This is the first year it's happening in Libra. Up until now, it's been happening in your 8th house of change and transformation. But now it's showing up in your 9th house, which is broadening of horizons, expanding your reach. The scope is getting bigger. It's all very exciting here. So this kite is going to take you far away places and give you proxy or exposure to new people. And this is all within the framework of everything else that's going on. Some of you are going to get opportunities to travel or actually to move to other countries. Pay attention to those offers and those opportunities. They're in alignment with this bigger picture. Those of you who study, this is going to be something that elevates your studies. So if you've been thinking of going to school, I know it's with AI, a lot of people are questioning whether they should go to university, get higher education. This may be a sign that this is right for you. And this kite has been with us since the summer. So it's important to think of the time from August until now as the time in which this kite has been triggered. So now we're finishing up this one iteration in 2025, but we'll get more in the coming years as we learn more about the outer planets and what they're doing and how they're affecting our lives. But this is a position in which that effect should be positive. I also want to show you the Star of David here. This is also from October 19th, but also is a transit that has a far reach. And so this consists of two grand trines, a water grand trine between Mercury, Saturn, Jupiter, and a second air trine between Venus, Pluto, and Uranus. And so again, we're interacting with the outer and mid planets. And for you, this is particularly strong in your 9th and 10th house. That's where the personal planets are completing these aspects, or I should say aspect pattern. Because it's a blend of water and air, we're talking about emotions and the mind, wise decisions, seeing clearly. Those kinds of things are fortunate. The effect of the Star of David will last for a long time. And so for you, Aquarius, this has to do with personal shifts with regard to career. And this is where your career might really soar here. One thing I'll point out that I don't think I've said to any other sign, which I should have because it's relevant. It's this Star of David that supports the conjunction of Lilith, Mars, and Mercury in Scorpio in your 10th house. It's these positive energies that make this conjunction one of exposure of something that will help you as opposed to some bad or dark thing coming out in your career. So knowing that there is this Star of David, the idea here is to work with the astrology, understand that you're in an identity shift, probably one of the most powerful ones of any sign at this time, and push into your career. Do everything you can to show up well in your career and do the things that you're inspired to do. Trust your instincts. Likewise, with this position here with Mercury and Mars and Lilith, you may have been going through some career difficulties or troubles at work, especially interpersonal troubles, gatekeeping, black magic, I'm just kidding, but all sorts of, things that can come up that are conflictual or dark in nature. This Star of David is also helpful with that energy. So bad juju is gone. Not necessarily gone, but it does improve that energy. Okay, so I want to take your attention back to the eclipse that we had in September 21st, 2025, a month ago. This eclipse sparked a pattern of new moons. It's a new moon eclipse in Virgo. A pattern of new moons that will last until April in Aries. So there is going to be a sequence, a continuous sequence of new moons in the late degrees of every single sign until April. This is significant. This is that mature energy. I explained that in the collective message at the beginning of this video. And so every single new moon that we have until April is going to be in the last degrees of its sign. And that's quite significant. Because of this, each consecutive new moon is going to overlay the previous new moon's energy. And because the last new moon was an eclipse, this may have destabilized situations for you. And this eclipse actually happened in the 8th house, which is the house of change. So it's usually a tough type of eclipse that shows up, an intense one. This means that this Libra new moon that we just had on the 28th of Libra, 28th degree of Libra, doesn't completely erase everything that happened in the 3rd week of September, the destabilizing things in your life. But but it's likely that a new layer of hope, promise, and opportunity has come into your life alongside this new moon. So the instability should be dying down. Specifically, if you have been dealing with acute debt issues, debt, like financial debt, then maybe the pressure of them has been resolved or tempered. That doesn't mean that you will absolve these things and ignore them and all of that, but the pressure under which you've been placed to address it might decrease. And this is not financial advice. Ultimately, you'll still have to deal with the foundation, whatever is going on with that, but with less pressure and less stress and less, pressure. Something some of you may have been going through with this Virgo eclipse last month is considerable pressure to put your money into things that you were not sure about. So an external pressure may be imposing on you, suggesting you should do this way. If you have been feeling that pressure, that peer pressure is sort of tempering out. So one more thing that I want to share with you, I want to talk about the conjunction of Mercury and Mars. It follows the exact same arc, or very similar to these new moon, late degree new moons, lunations. So on October 20th, we had the conjunction of Mercury and Mars at 19 degrees of Scorpio. And these conjunctions are going to continue over the next 6 months until this final conjunction in April. So the last new moon in its series of late degree new moons is April 17th, while the last conjunction between Mercury and Mars is April 20th, just 3 days apart. This is normal for Mercury and Mars to have this series of conjunctions. Again, I explained this in your astrology, collective astrology message. But it's important to consider the area of life that these two astrological patterns are affecting. So for you, the 10th house through the 3rd house, this whole side of the chart. This side of the chart is called the Eastern Hemisphere chart. And it has to do with the self, personal initiative, and your inner orientation. This means that over the next 6 months, significant events are coming up in your life that allow you to fine-tune your personal response to the world. And by the time that this last conjunction shows up in April, it's likely that you are going to be ready to bring something to others of a considerable nature. A project, an idea, something from within yourself, a relationship for some of you. This side of the chart will help you process any histories and limitations that you have experienced and that have held you back. Over the next 6 months until April, you are going to take back your power, as they say. Also, improvement with siblings, especially by April, if that's your goal, and a time to move beyond your personal history and your past. Okay, thanks for watching. I am going to do a tarot card reading for you now. And that tarot card reading is more focused on the new moon. It was filmed a few days ago. However, I decided to make this whole video at talking about all the transits together. So you saw with a clearer picture of everything that's going on. So I hope you enjoyed this. Leave me a comment. Give me a like, and I'll catch you later. Take care. Bye, Aquarius. Hello, Aquarius. Let's take a look at your tarot cards. There's some cards here that have shown up in other signs readings. So they may have to do with larger energies. Specifically, the Knight of Wands is all over the place in this one. That might have to do with Chiron in opposition to the sun right before the new moon. There's also the Ten of Swords, which did show up for Gemini. But the Ten of Swords is ruled by Sun and Gemini, so that's kind of their card and shows up anyway. Whatever I see is you've been waiting on something, and I picked up on this in your last reading that we did, the last all sign that I posted for you. I saw you as very irritable with your environment, and this is kind of a progression of this. I think that you like concrete things that you can depend on. A relationship where you stand with people. You don't like being left up in the air. Sorry for the pun, but that's a good one for you. And so there's a lack of clarity in a situation that's leading to the Ten of Swords, meaning you've been in limbo or limerence or however you want to call it, in purgatory for a while in some relationships. And I think that it makes you feel uncomfortable because you want to know where you stand with people. You don't have to be constantly attached at the hip, but you actually want to understand the situation. So there's been false promises, 7 of Cups. That is Venus in Scorpio. So Venus is moving into Scorpio next, and that's kind of important to consider. We have the 4 of Cups, promises, Knight of Wands, and 4 of Cups. I don't mean to sound bitter, but it just feels like something's not hitting the mark right here for you. It's not a bad thing. You're going to feel great. The Fool is Uranus, right? Uranus is in your 5th house. You're kind of wild. I would not necessarily count an Aquarius out at this point, especially in romance, love. If you're dating an Aquarius, or if you're around an Aquarius, or if you're an Aquarius in some way, expect the unexpected. Uranus is in your 5th house. It's not going away for a while. And you have the combination of Pluto-Uranus. Let me show you. This combination of Pluto to Uranus marks for unpredictability. This means that if somebody's coming to you with half-truths, disingenuous promises, not following up with what they promised you, I think you're going to cut it off and surprise everyone, even leaving them at the altar. This is reminding me of Love Isn't Blind. I don't really watch shows, but I kind of flip through them. This to me is Love is Blind. You don't have time, 7 of Wands. You're committed to a situation, or you're willing to commit to a situation. You don't have the time, and you don't have the patience to wait while somebody figures out their mind or where they stand with you in a situation. But this is almost like it's a long time coming, and it's freeing, it's exciting, it's something new. It dislodges you from this insecure attachment style. Something's just halfway there, and that's the problem, not the situation itself. It's the way that this situation is playing out. It's the way that this situation seems to be. And I think you've been solid in this situation for a while. Now, this new moon is in your 9th house, so not necessarily relationships. You get a big relationship year next year when Jupiter enters your 7th house. This is Jupiter in Leo, I'm pretty sure. So you're already there. I think you're going to cut some dead weight, but this has a lot to do with your career, everything. It's just don't go halfway with an Aquarius at this time. If they're committed, if they're showing up, if they're being clear and defining the relationship well, expect the unexpected if the other person or other situation is not giving them this back. Expect them to sort of cut it off, be done, go in a completely different situation, complete freedom. That doesn't mean you have to be with each other all the time. That's not the point of Aquarius. In fact, I think most Aquarians would find that very tedious. This is about having an understanding, right? Something is not coming through with an understanding, and you're gone. You're gone from that situation. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a nice day. Let me know what this is about because I'm nosy, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. Hey Pisces, I'm here to tell you about your astrology in October and how it's going to change your life. This reading is focused on the new moon, but also several other transits that are pretty spectacular. For the new moon, we're just going to take a look at the 3 rulers of the new moon. This will give us an idea of what the energy is like, and then we'll go through the transits and unpack them for your sign. So first of all, Venus is ruling this new moon. She's in Libra in your 8th house with the new moon. This is very normal. Venus is typically in Libra alongside the new moon if she's not in Virgo or Scorpio most of the time. This is a time when you could be coming into a lot of money from an estate, whether this is from the past or something that currently is happening, some kind of inheritance. This new moon leads to considerable change and freedom for you, and your partner could be opening some doors for you that are because of financial opportunities that they're bringing to you. So a husband or a partner or a wife may be bringing financial equity into your relationship. That's considerable in nature. Under this transit, if you're negotiating things in the law, it's a time when you may negotiate a very fair settlement. Likewise, Jupiter is the third decan ruler for the third decan of Libra. This means that in traditional astrology, Jupiter rules over the last 10 degrees of Libra, and Jupiter is in Cancer in your 5th house. And even though this is a current square to the sun, it's still a positive energy. Jupiter is in rulership in Cancer, so this is a nice position for this new moon. In the 5th house, we're talking about romance and very positive developments for your children or for having children. Also, under Jupiter in the 5th house, you may find yourself in mentorship positions on topics that you really enjoy. The third planet is Mercury, and Mercury is the modern ruler of the third decan, the last 10 degrees of Libra where the new moon is. Mercury is not in direct aspect with the new moon. However, it is aspecting in a lot of the other transits that are happening at the same time. There's a lot to talk about here, but just focusing on Mercury alone in Scorpio, if you have been blocked in academic or educational pursuits, especially if these blocks are personal nature, power struggles, there's something that's coming out of your way, something that's going to pull you through it. Also, Mercury here is symbolic of the fact that you're pushing past any obstacles to travel. So this is a time when travel may become more accessible to you, especially if you've been experiencing some kind of barrier. And this is a time in which you may actually embark on a long-awaited project, something you've been waiting for a long time, that will ultimately gain you mass recognition, large recognition, whatever you feel that is, whatever you conceive that to be. The next transit I want to talk about is called the Grand Cross. It's a 90-degree angle between all of these planets. In this case, this Grand Cross is on the cusp between cardinal and fixed signs, which means that some of the planets are on the fixed sign side, and some planets are on the cardinal side, and some of them are moving in between. This is a chart for September 29th, 2026. This is when the Grand Cross will really kick in. So we have a year before the influence of this energy really shows up. But the reason this is significant is that in 2025, alongside this new moon, we have a T-square, which is half of a Grand Cross, onto Jupiter. We talked about this in several videos recently. And Jupiter is approaching an opposition to Pluto, okay? And that would create a Grand Cross. So we're just a few minutes off of a Grand Cross. And if you use wide orbs and out of sign alignments, then we have a Grand Cross here on October 21st, 2025. And the reason I say that it's not the real deal here, it's just a prelude, is that it gives you some insight into where things are going. So at this time, alongside this new moon and other transits, you may be aware of some issues that may happen for you down the road in September 2026 next year. So even though these planets are not the exact same planets, they're very, very close and energetically very similar, some of the key planets involved are going to be mirrored in that September alignment. And so the situations that you're facing now to do with this Grand Cross may play out more impactfully next year. So your workload may feel heavier than expected. Expect that to increase next year. So do everything you can to manage your workload now. So you may be experiencing financial restrictions on your specifically projects. So at work and renos, things in which you're trying to strategize financially on how you are going to pay for something. That's under pressure now. And so I'm not trying to worry you. I'm trying to help you. I'm a Virgo. I plan ahead. So I'm trying to suggest that if these things are showing up now, think of them as things that you have to address for a long-term strategy, so that when the square shows up next year, this one right here, you're not going to be as under pressure. You're going to have some wiggle room. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Okay. So you get ready. That's all I'm saying. Another thing that may show up under this Grand Cross energy, if you have issues where you grew up, you know, in your youth, those issues may show up in some form, even if you're not there anymore. And similar situations may emerge for you this year, but definitely next year to do with that. So if you have some, you know, consequences as a byproduct of how you were treated when you were younger, and if there are specific issues that you experienced as a child or early on in your life, try to address those now, because next year that's going to echo even louder. Okay? So pay attention to this now, take care of these things, and you'll be okay. The next transit I want to show you is the Kite energy. And so we've been talking about the kite for a few years now in Virgo, but this is the first year that this kite is in Libra. And today I figured out a very concise way in which I know how I can communicate the impact of this for every sign. Essentially, the kite is the transmutation position for the outer planets and the degrees at which they're changing. So the outer planets are switching signs, and that's producing outside changes in the world. This is changing how our world works and our interaction within it. And this kite that's pointing in these first degrees of Libra right now is in some way bringing out the best of that energy in this position in your chart. So this is the most favorable position that you will experience as a lived experience as a consequence of the outer planets switching signs. It's very beautiful. So for you, this is very lucky. It's the 8th house. This has to do with shared resources with other people, change. The first thing that I pick up for you in terms of like a message, the idea that before maybe change wasn't as accessible to you as it is now. You were stuck in situations way more before, and now you're sort of free of them. And so maybe this kite reminds us how all these technologies and things that are changing, yeah, some of them may be very difficult. They may have difficult consequences on the world, but there are positives in there. And one of the positives that I can see for you, Pisces, is access to change. You can change your life you can't get cornered as easily. That's another way to say it. So if something is in the way of your happiness, you can change it now, and there will be rewards. Go with the change. Change is your friend. I know you like this because Pisces likes change. This is also a time when you won't get cornered financially as much. This does not guarantee you'll never experience that again, financial cornering or entrapment, some kind of financial trap. But with this transit, I think that the impact of the outer planets switching signs on you will have something to do with the ability to not get trapped so much financially. And some of you are going to be finally able to get out of a business that has been dragging you down. So the point of this kite for you has a lot to do with getting out of bad financial commitments. Now, I'm not suggesting that suddenly you're not dependable, things like that. But there's something about your energy that had you stuck in financial commitments and in situations. It was hard for you to leave, and it's different for every person. And with this kite, there's new avenues through which you can seek freedom, I think. It's not a linear cause and effect here. This is a very ambiguous sort of web of reasons why things are changing for you in the way they are. But I think that probably if you study the first degrees of your Libra position, and those of you who use Placidus or another chart system, especially quadrant charts, this may be actually a different house for you. So look up your chart, and that will be very significant in terms of that area of your life is getting the best of the consequences of the outer planets changing signs. I also have one more aspect pattern to show you, and that's the Star of David, which is produced by a grand water trine and a grand air trine. This perfected on the 19th of October. The energy is still with us later, so we just want to get familiar with this. This is a mix of air, which is the mind, and water, which is the emotion. And so change, again, it creates an environment that is lucky for change for you. Pluto in the 12th house is sort of a powerhouse transit. There are things that are hidden that are working in your favor now like never before. And that includes the power to change, the power to transform. It feels like there was blocks there before that were not able to meet those changes, or you were not able to make those changes. And so under this Star of David formation, and what it actually begins is the ability to benefit from change like you want to. Pisces loves change, and probably an aspect of the frustration was that change was elusive for you in your life, difficult to attain. And when you did it, it was not as beneficial as you had hoped it would be. And so you're moving into a time when change is more conducive to positive change, easier to access. You're getting more slippery, in other words, harder to pin down. This energy here also has a lot to do with reaching in the past to finish up things that are outstanding. So this is under this energy, you're getting a lot of closure on situations in the past, and expect positive improvements with family members. So in situations to do with family, things are improving under this Star of David. Star of David is very beneficial. 2 grand trines, sign me up. So this is just blessings and positive things coming your way. So I wanted to go back to the last eclipse in Virgo. That was a new moon on September 21st, 2025. The reason for this is that began a pattern of new moons that are going to happen in the last degrees of every single sign. So between now and April, you are going to see new moons exclusively in the last couple degrees of a sign. Here's a chart for April 17th and the new moon in Aries at the end of Aries. So this is a sequence or a pattern. This is not a cycle. Well, it is a large cycle because they do repeat with other new moons. But for our purposes here, this is a pattern that covers this whole area of your chart. So from the 7th house right into the 2nd house. This is very auspicious. So this new moon here may have created some degree of instability because it was an eclipse. It may have initiated issues to do with getting over a breakup or dealing with feelings of being haunted by a bad experience at a career where you put a lot into and were betrayed by your boss, or some other bad relationship experience. So I'm not saying the bad experience came up with this new moon, but more likely you were dealing with the feelings and the consequences of it. And that shadowed in some way, some other experience in your life brought up those emotions around this eclipse on September 21st, 2025. This may have created an uncomfortable circumstance around you or feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But the new moon in Libra right now has really tempered any discomfort you've been feeling out. And this is what you're going to see for the next 6 months as these new moons happen. They're almost like little bubbles, one after another, new moon after new moon at the end of a sign. And that's going to change the frequency. So if this new moon in September destabilized you a little bit, this new moon in Libra is shifting the focus to the 8th house. And what we've talked about today, new topics, new opportunities, new hope. And this new moon is much more stable. I don't know how to describe, much more tempered. And so it's much easier on the nervous system and stress. So the last transit that I really want to highlight mirrors the pattern of this new moon, and that's the series of conjunctions between Mercury and Mars. Mercury and Mars are going to form a set of conjunctions from Scorpio into Aries next year in the same time frame as this new moon set. So they're happening together all at once. Mercury and Mars have a particular pattern in their orbit, and sometimes they sync up and travel together for a period of time. These are times of high activation, high communication. People really get things done, and it's quite exciting. So, as of October 20th, Mercury and Mars have formed their conjunction in Scorpio, and then there's going to be another conjunction in Sag or Capricorn. There's going to be 5 conjunctions in all. The final conjunction is going to be in Aries. I'll show you the chart right now. So here's the final conjunction in Aries on April 20th, 2026, just 3 days from the final new moon in the late degrees of Aries on April 17th. So they're happening literally together. This means that under this Mercury-Mars conjunction, this whole area of your chart is going to get special attention of this activation of high communication, changing things, getting things going. And so through this time, and even from last month with this new moon eclipse in Virgo, we're going through this transformation that covers this area of a chart, new moons and these conjunctions with Mercury and Mars. Very, very exciting the next 6 months, I hope. So for you, this has a lot to do with changing your place in the world, such as quitting your job, starting a new business, and that's going to lead to financial improvements by next year. Remember, I'm never giving financial advice, so take this as an astrological observation for educational purposes only. So make your own decisions. I'm being very careful with any kind of comments about monetary stuff right now because we are in very unique times and you should use your best judgment. But this astrologically is showing that there is going to be some arc of transformation in which you probably likely are taking some big decision right now that is going to change things for you, and you're sort of pushing ahead with something that was quite a challenge for you before. And if you push through, if you push hard enough, with enough confidence and skill and tact and all of these things, there will be positive outcomes for you by next April, this last conjunction here. And then they're going to form their next planetary cycle that's going to last another 2 years before they start doing a similar pattern again, Mercury and Mars. Under this conjunction of Mercury and Mars, if you practice your spirituality, whatever it is, whether it's religious, non-religious, secular, those kinds of genuine engagement with your spirituality will lead to material success by next April. This is about thinking big and thinking broad. So you're supposed to explore ideas here and think around and beyond your problems. This will address your financial situations by April or greatly improve them. This is a wonderful transit happening alongside Saturn re-entering Aries in your second house. So you will likely tackle major financial blockages that you have over the next 6 months and hopefully persevere. I'm going to switch over to your tarot card reading now. I hope you enjoyed this. You're the last sign I'm reading for, and wow, this was a learning curve for me. So I hope you enjoy this. And so thank you for watching. I'll catch you next time. Take care, Pisces. Bye. Hi, Pisces. Let's get weird. So I'm excited to do this reading for you. There's some duplication with regard to the cards. So that means that this probably has to do with larger energies. I'll tell you which ones I remember we've seen with other signs. New moon in the 8th house is pretty big. You did get the death card, which is the 8th house. Changes, transformations, those kinds of things. But let me tell you which cards came up more than once. The Empress, the King of Wands, the 5 of Cups, the 9 of Pentacles, and the 4 of Cups. So only the death card didn't show up for anybody else. This is also the card of Scorpio, which is the 9th house, and this is where Mercury and Mars are joining together. Let me show you. Here we have in the 9th house. That's very powerful, and I'll explain this in the astrology section. The astrology section comes first, so you probably already learned about this. But we have this powerful conjunction in Scorpio, and you have the death card, which means you have nothing to worry about. Powerful communication on the rise. Powerful words are being said. Changing of perspective, changing of your path ahead. A little bit of a underwhelming new moon for so much change. 4 of Cups, it's like, I thought this was going to be more spectacular, but it's more subtle and probably quiet for now, dare I say. Okay, so I think that there's some kind of turning of the back on situations, pulling away from a situation, celebrating yourself in a new way, separating yourself from disappointment. Some people just didn't show up in the way that they should have, and now it's too late. I think there's a lot ahead of you. There's someone around you, King of Wands energy, Sag, Leo, or Aries. It could be man or woman. It doesn't have to be that sign anyway, but there's someone who you're connected with. This could be any type of relationship, boss, lover, friend, colleague, something like that, connection, network. This person is connected on a trajectory you're on a direction that you're going. It's not necessarily that they're doing anything, but they're somehow connected to where you are going. It's almost like getting accepted to something, but then having to wait for a little bit of time before you get there. And there's immediate separation from something that was disappointing to you. What this reads to me as is disappointment in friendship, disappointment in the way people are, kind of having like a suddenly not feeling the same way about a person or a situation. Whereas before you would have held on to it, it was meaningful, it made sense. Now it's just you see it from a different perspective and it's just not worthwhile to you to be a part of it anymore. But there's material gain. A lot of people have this card. Venus has just been in Virgo, and it was actually a very powerful transit for Venus in Virgo, and it really stabilized a lot of people financially. So it did whatever it needed to do to stabilize the collective. I hate that word, but I just mean everyone. We are a collective, just the New Age interpretation's not my favorite. I mean, we're all affected because we're in a closed system in the earth, but these like suggestions, like incestuous suggestions of interconnection, I'm not necessarily a fan of. But everybody got sort of leveled up, or maybe not leveled up, but stable, shelf stable. Their circumstances got what they needed to get to gain an improvement. And I think this has a lot to do with the post-apocalypse, post-eclipse energy, where we sort of reflected upon relationships that had happened in certain ways, which led us to come to realizations that certain things were not there for us in the way that we wanted them to be. You wish that someone would step up a certain way and it just didn't happen, and you're just processing that, accepting it. The Empress to me seems like the larger scope of what's happening for you, a big life plan, a big journey, something that cannot be shaken by the way that people are acting around you or interacting with you. And this to me, oh, you know what this reminds me of? When I was a kid, when I was like a teenager, I was really into riding buses, okay, like big Greyhounds, and going places because, even before I had a car, I did stuff like that. Just travel and, go see different places. It was I live in Canada, so it's relatively safe. And this was like a layover when you're waiting. Maybe for some of you this is flying, but for me this was buses. And so layover. Canada's a big place. Flying was expensive. Buses were cheap for a teenager. Anyway, so this was kind of a layover, 2-hour layover before your next bus reached the next destination. This is kind of where you're at. So this reading finds you here. The energy kind of with which it leaves you is kind of waiting, kind of bored. I would listen to my music on my headphones, just kind of see what I can. Couldn't walk away from the bus depot. So you just kind of look and saw what you could of the city that you were in. Yeah, so it feels like you're going somewhere big. And this is just the in-between place that you're at. But you're shelf-stable, financially stable, okay. And the death and the rebirth, which is the new moon position, the 8th house. There is something changing, but it was always meant to change. And outwardly what you see this as is change in friends, maybe stepping away to a certain degree from certain friends. They're just not resonating. So it's a happy reading, happy vibes. There's someone important around you This could be like an important teacher or a boss or someone with whom you're going to go down the road a certain amount of way. It's not necessarily deeply personal. It's just this person is going to be an accent in your life. And I think it's important to think about like non-friendship. We downplay non-friendship relationships, professional relationships, all sorts of interactions that we have with other people. But in reality, those people we have very fundamental connections to, and those connections have a huge impact on our life. So no, it may not be your partner, it may not be your friend, but this is with someone with whom you're going to good places, good financial places with a good result. This is just your time waiting for that time to arrive at which you get to start going in the direction that you set out to. Okay? Thank you for watching. Let me know what you thought, and I will talk with you soon. Take care, Pisces. Bye.